So in this class, we are actually going to be talking about how to design a 6-bedroom duplex in Revit. So we are going to design the floor plan. That's the first thing we are going to do. Then secondly, we are also going to model the floor plan into a contemporary modern building. And then we are going to do the rendering of that particular model professionally. And after the rendering, we are going to teach you guys how to do your post-production, all right, using artificial intelligence, AI. All right, so without no further ado, I believe we should just quickly dive on into what we have to do here today. Okay, so first of all, we are going to start by opening our template. Okay, so you just click okay, new, and then you go to browse. I'm going to use English. Okay, under English, for those who might be asking, I'm using Revit 2021 for this design. Particularly, if need arise, we can switch to 2024. All right, but I believe this interface is quite same for 21, 22, and I think also 23. Okay, so but let's just keep going. It's quite same interface. All right, so click open, and then I'm just going to click OK, and then here we are on our interface. So I'm just going to wait for it to just load the interface, and then we are good to go to start working immediately. Okay, so first of all, we're not going to save this work. So I'm just quickly going to save this work somewhere. All right, so I can just quickly save this work, and I'm going to save it like as 6-bedroom duplex. Okay, so I'm going to save it like this. Yeah, so it's going to be a G+1 building. All right, it's going to be a G+1 building. So what do I mean by G+1? G+1 simply means your ground floor plus another floor. All right, so I'm going to save it as 6-bedroom duplex G+1 building. So that's why we click OK. All right, so here we are. We are going to start by designing the floor plan. First of all, according to what was described by the client, okay, in this case scenario, you are going to be your client. All right, remember we are working with a brief. Okay, we are working with a brief, and this case scenario, you are going to be your client. All right, so you are going to come up with a brief. All right, or you can follow what I'm about to tell you now. But if you want to practice, I believe it's going to be more beautiful and more interactive and more efficient when you practice producing a brief for yourself. And when you are done learning this, you can go ahead and then you create something for yourself by using a brief. Okay, so now for this particular building, we are going to be working with, for the ground floor, we are going to be having our living lounge, a kitchen, a dining, a laundry, a store, visitor's toilet, anteroom, and a bedroom. Okay, that's for the ground floor. So for the first floor, we are going to be having a 5-bedroom on the first floor, because one thing is, okay, let me just outline everything first. We have 5 bedroom for the first floor, and all rooms are going to have their private balconies, and then we are going to be having a front porch and then a utility room. Okay, for the first floor. So one thing about this stuff is when you are doing designs of this kind, ensure that the area on the ground floor is quite moderate enough. Okay, not too big. All right, so that you can have you can actually maximize space on the first floor. Okay, if you do a very big that will be depending on the land you are working on though, but I believe in cost effectiveness, that's cost efficiency. When you are working on a particular building, you have to put economy in your mind. Okay, you have to put even if your client has all the money, they still want to economize. All right, so when you are doing anything, ensure that you are maximizing everything you have, but also put cost efficiency in your mind. All right, so if that's well understood, I think we should start going. So first of all, we are going to start with designing the ground floor. Okay, so I'm going to come again. I'm going to recap. For the ground floor, we are going to be having our living lounge, a kitchen, a dining, laundry, store, visitor's toilet, anteroom, and one bedroom. Okay, so now I'm going to, first of all, we're not going to be using a 6 inches wall, which is your 150 millimeter wall. We are going to be using a 9 inches wall, which is your 225 wall. So with that, we are going to have something very, very great. So I'm going to edit the wall that I'm having here right now, and then I'm going to duplicate it. Okay, duplicating it, I'm going to rename this to 225 all right, so I'm going to edit it. What we did just now is just a renaming. All right, so right now we are going to be doing the major editing. So I'm going to change this to 225. Okay, so perfect. So now we have 225 as the wall width over here. So I'm going to click OK, and then we can start designing. So it depends on you when you are talking about designing a floor plan. It depends on your perspective. It depends on what work best for you, but you can follow my own principles if you actually think it's good for what you want to do. Okay, usually I start from the living room, and from the living room I stretch from the living room to other part of the houses. Okay, to enhance mobility from outside, because the living room is kind of the most one of the most useful places in in a structure. Okay, that's the living room, one of the most useful place in the structure. All right, so I'm going to start from there and place it in a very good place. All right, I'm going to start from that place and make sure that the living room is actually placed in a very, very good position in the building before I start placing other components. Other components are quite very important. Okay, they're important also, but the living room it should be placed very, very well. And most times I usually want to place the living room. Okay, I usually want to place the living room, let's say, all right, so let's just quickly do it. Okay, I believe as we go ahead doing it, we are going to get conversant with what we are trying to achieve. All right, so now for this, I'm going to work with a void living room. Okay, a void living room. So we have to know this from the beginning. So let's quickly start. First of all, we have to know something. Where we should start from is not even the design. We have to know what is the dimension of the land we are working on. Okay, that will give us an idea of how much space we are having to maximize. All right, so if you are not having much space, that will affect the sizes of the living room, but still we can still achieve standard. All right, if standard can't be achieved, then you have to lay complaints to the client. Okay, but right now let's see what are we having for this. For example, let's take for instance, okay, I can't post the survey plan here, all right, because of confidential for confidential purpose. Okay, so it's something very private and confidential. I can't post the floor plan here, the site plan here, but what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to take dimension I'm going to be working with. That's for example. Okay, for example, so we are going to be working with a land that is having 16.25 meter as the width, and the length we are having 52.9 meter as a length. Okay, so that's approximately 50 feet of land by 200 feet. Okay, that's 60 feet, 50 feet by 200 feet. So we are having more of length. All right, we are having more of length than the width. All right, so let's quickly draw that so I can work with that particular boundary. Okay, so I'm just going to use my detail line first to just see what we are having as a land. Okay, so most times your land is not like this. All right, it's not like this. Most times it's somehow diagonal. Sometimes you have some shape not inclining rectangularly, but I'm just going to use rectangular shape for this particular video. Okay, so now I'm going to insert this, and then let's quickly edit it. So for this, I'm going to insert 16.25. That's 16,250. Okay, then for this, I'm going to insert, we're having let's work with 49.6. okay, because 49.6, 49,600. All right, so you can see. So from this particular example, I'm going to shift elevation forward, upward, sorry. From this example, you can see that we are having what? More of length than space. And if you measure, you are going to see that we are having this 49.6 meter by 16.25 meter. So we are having more of length than the width in this particular case scenario. Most times I'm using an example so that you guys will see the realistic part of designing a floor plan. All right, not just designing. Okay, let's do something more pragmatic, something more practical. All right, so this is the kind of land that we are having. It's somehow challenging, not because of anything, because the land, the building has to follow the pattern of the land. Okay, we don't have kind of a wide land here. We are having just 16.25 meter by, it's a big land. Okay, it's a big land, but the advantage of the land is towards the length area. Do you understand? It's toward the length area. We don't have more of width, we have more of length. So it depends on how I want to structure the building, but since it's a 6-bedroom, we are most likely going to maximize the length. Okay, most likely we are going to maximize the length. All right, so let's quickly do that. All right, let's quickly do that. So first of all, we are going to start working things out by, we are going to start working things out by, okay, so now we have this. I'm going to start with the living room, as I said earlier before. All right, so for this particular land size, for example, I will work from the back. Okay, so let's just place somewhere like this. All right, so let's quickly do that. So we're having, I'm going to use 5 meter. All right, that's the advantage. We are going to be using less of width and more of length. Do you understand? We're going to be using what? Less of width and more of length. Okay, this is the boundary that the building can actually be. All right, this is the boundary. Okay, so we are using more of what? More of length and less of width. So for the length now, for the width, we are having 5 meter. Then for the length, we can have 6.5 meter. That's how all the building is going to be structured. Okay, so with this now, I would love to just make this place, let's say this is a boundary actually, but I would love to make it, let's say 2 meter away from this boundary. That's 200. So I would love to make it 2 meter away from the boundary. Okay, and then we are having, all right, so let's put it at the other side. Okay, so let me use this particular side for it. So we are having 2,000 from, we are having 2,000 from this particular part. Okay, so now from this point we are going to be having 5 meters. Okay, so this is 5 meters, so you can see that we have more space here to maximize, right? So this is it. We are having 6.5 meters. We are having 5 meters here. Okay, so the next part we are going to work on will be the ante room. All right, we are going to work on the ante room. Okay, ante room is what you call your waiting room. Okay, ante room is what you call what? Your waiting room. For the ante room, we are still going to be working with more of length. Okay, more of length. That's what we're going to be working with. So I'm going to be using 3500. So I will use 3500. Okay, so for this now, I'm going to be using let's say for the width, let me see. Okay, let's use 3 meters for the width. All right, so this is for my ante room, and for the ante room we need to have a visitor's toilet. Okay, so let me settle everything concerning the front of the building before I go to any other part of the structure. All right, so now this is our ante room. For the ante room, we are going to have another part that actually dealt with, that we actually deal with the visitor's toilet. Okay, so for the visitor's toilet, I'm going to be having 1.2 as the width. Okay, and also I'm going to be having a little recession over here that is going to create an opening. So these are visitor toilet here. All right, and then we have 1.2 by 2 meters. Okay, so these 2 meters, and also okay, so at this point you can see that we are having a little space left, right? So look at it, we have a little space left, and I want us to have 2 meters away from this particular part. Okay, so I'm going to put this boundary here so I don't forget. All right, so we are having 2 meters away from this. So you can see that what we are having here is quite tangible, is quite small. All right, so we can actually maximize this. Let's see how we can go about it. Let's see how we can go about it. Okay, that's fine. Let's just go this route. All right, let's go this route. So I'm going to put this here and I'm going to stop it here. Okay, I'm going to stop it here, and let me delete this one. This will now be our boundary. Okay, the end of this wall. All right, so now I'll keep going. Okay, I'll keep going. So this is my living room. From the living room, where should I access easily? There's a connection that will be ascertained before you can go ahead with other things in the building. Okay, there should be a connection. A connection must be well ascertained before you can go ahead with other part of the building. And what connection should that be? All right, what connection should that be? A connection between the living room, the kitchen, and the dining. Okay, so that connection should be there. All right, that connection should be there. So now I'm going to place, remember we're maximizing more of the length, okay, because of the land type. Okay, so I'm going to place this. All right, I'm going to trim this. Okay, so let's measure. We're having 3 meters here, so I'll make it 3 meters so I don't waste the land. Okay, and for the kind of building, this is a 6-bedroom building. Okay, so let me make it 4 meters because it's kind of a big building. Okay, this I'm going to make it 3500. Okay, so now this being 3500, I'm going to have this here, and from this point, let's see if this can work perfectly for us. Okay, so I'm going to trim this, and from this point we keep going. All right, so I'm going to do it like this, or we should just reduce this a bit to 1 meter. Okay, so now this should be our kitchen. So for the kitchen, I'm going to make the kitchen 5 meters. Oh, that's too much. That's 50 meters. So 5, that's 5 meters. So 5 meters. That's 5 meters. So now inside my kitchen, I should be having a store. This is my dining already. Inside my kitchen, I should be having my store, right? One thing I would love to prevent is us having all the rooms. Okay, then okay, that's fine. For us having all the rooms in one line. Okay, so we can easily prevent that from this particular ground floor. Okay, we can prevent that from the ground floor. Right now, we've achieved visitors toilet, we've achieved ante-room, we've achieved the living room, we've achieved a dining, we've achieved the kitchen, and then we are okay. Let's achieve another part, which is the store in the kitchen, and then the kitchen balcony. We are done with the connection. Okay, the last one to do will be the connection from the kitchen into the general lobby. All right, so let's quickly do that. So for this, I'm going to go with, let's say, 4.5. So I'll go with 4500. Enter. Okay, so now at this point, at this juncture, we're going to have a little recession here, but not too much to waste our space. So we can have something quite different. So this recession is going to help us, and for this reason, I'm going to make it same here. All right. So I'm going to make it same here. So let's trim, and then I'm going to trim this. Okay. So let's try to align this. Okay, perfect. So now this recession we're going to be having here. Okay. So now for this we are going to be having our store. The reason I increase this place and balance it at the living room is because of the store we are going to be placing here. I don't want the store to be inside this space. Okay. I don't want the store to be inside this place, and even the door, I don't want the door to be inside this place. That's why I created the recession here. All right. So 1000. That's why now there will be a door leading from this point to this particular kitchen. So I had to make this recession here because I don't want the door to be open toward to be opened towards the kitchen area. Okay. So same for the store. I want the store to be not in the kitchen area at all. All right. I want the store not to be in the kitchen area at all. So I'm going to give it 1200. Okay. Or for the kind of building we are having, let's say we are having 1500 for the store. Okay. So here we are now having 3 meters. Okay. So but 3 meters is way too much. But let's make it 2.5 meters. All right. So there we go. So from this point now, we already know what our balcony is. So I'm going to make it 1800 because of the balcony. So you can see, we already know this place will now become our balcony, right? So perfect. So now at this point now, we are going to be having a place whereby we can insert our stairwell. Okay, we're going to be having a place whereby we can insert our stairwell. Most likely, our stairwell, since it's a void structure, our stairwell can be in the our stairwell can actually be inside the living room space. All right, inside the living room space, and most times we can actually avoid. Okay, it's not actually compulsory for our stairwell to be in the living room space. All right, it's not compulsory. It's not compulsory, so we can actually place the stairwell at this other side of the building. All right, so I'm just going to create a little opening here, and then I'm going to trim and extend, and at this opening, that's where we are going to be having our stairwell. Okay, so mark at this point, and then our stairwell is going to come like this. All right, so from this point I'm going to delete this. Okay, so for the stairwell, we are going to be having a stair of the run width, that's the stair width of 1.2 meters. So having a stair width of 1.2 meters running from one end to the other and to and fro, we are going to be having a total width of 2.4 meter. That's the 1.2 multiplied by 2. That's 2.4 meter, right? So having 2.4 meter, we're going to be having the gap between the two flights of the staircase. All right, we're not using a straight flight of staircase. We are using a dog leg staircase. So the gap between the flight of the staircase, we are going to introduce that here. So now for this, well, let me reduce this a bit because I think you can see achieve 2 meters here. All right, so we can still achieve 2 meters here. Then for this, I'm going to make it 3 meters. Let's say 3.5 meters. All right, 3.5 meters. Let's make it 4 meters. All right, so 4 meters. Okay, so we are having 2.5. Let's make it 2.6. Okay, so this will be our stair space. I actually opened it for a reason. I actually closed for a reason, so I can open it now, right? So I can easily open it now. Okay, so this is going to be our staircase area. Okay, this is going to be our staircase area. All right, so going forward, we are going to have a very big room over here, but first of all, we have to introduce something. And what's that? Let's introduce our laundry. The laundry has to be connected to this particular porch, so I can manage the pattern. we can manage the space. So I'm going to bring in my laundry at this point. Okay, so I can bring in my laundry at this point. Just something. So sometimes it can be the laundry is way too big though. Okay, just like a full a room size. So let's go with 3 meters for the laundry. Okay, because of the number of occupants we're going to be having in the structure. So for this, let's go with 3.5. Okay, so these are laundry. The last thing we are going to do here is I'm just going to connect this like this. So I'm trying to achieve the shape that I want. That's why I did that. Okay, so from this point we can have a little recession here for lobby ventilation. Okay, for lobby ventilation, and then we close it at this point, and then I use my slit to trim. Okay, so this will be okay, so this will be kind of a room. Okay, so we are having 1.4 here. Let's make it 1400. All right, so that will be 1400. Okay, so we have the laundry, we have the room, and then we'll now have a toilet for the room. So all rooms are actually ensuite. Okay, all rooms are ensuite. So I think this is actually okay, but let's check the dimension for this room. Okay, this is quite encouraging. This is good. Okay, so everything has been achieved, which is we are having visitor's toilet, the ante room, that's the ante room. Then we are also having the living room, we are having the stairwell, we are having the dining, we are having the kitchen, we are having laundry, store, the 1 bedroom that should be at the ground floor, and then the toilet for the 1 bedroom, the stairwell, and that's all. Okay, that's all. That's all we actually need. All right, that's all we need. So for this structure, we're going to put in a pillar spanning from the ground floor to the first floor. All right, so that's the way the structure should look like for beauty's sake. But if we want to do it another way, it can still be beautiful. But based on brief that we are working with, let's make it a pillar spanning from the first floor, the ground floor to the first floor. Okay, so that will be by the wayside for now. We'll just look for a way to bring that in later. Okay, so I'm going to maximize this space a bit. All right, I'm going to maximize this space a bit. I don't want to have my toilet like that. Let's have something like this. What if somebody want to access the stairwell up without going to the living room? What would the person do? Okay, that's a very good question. Okay, so I'm going to place my toilet here, and then I'm going to have a little access from this point. There'll be a door here leading here, and there will be a little opening here. So let's do that. Leading here. Okay, so I'm going to do that so that they'll be equal. Let's make this point 1 meter, and then I'm going to just trim and extend. Okay, so that's that. Let's make this 3 meters. Enter. Oh, that's not what I want. It's already 2 meters. Okay, let's just leave it as 2 meters. 2. Okay, all right, so that's okay. So all things being equal, we are having what we are looking for, and we are achieving it bit by bit. Okay, so the next thing is to start inserting every details that we need to insert to make it look more understandable. All right, so first of all, we're going to start with placing our annotations. Okay, so now I'll go to my annotations, not what you think. All right, it's not your dimension. No, just to show that, okay, at this point we are going to be having a beam here, Okay, not so I will indicate it and to be well understood. All right, so at those points, you are going to be having a beam. So this is our dining. At this point, we're not going to be having a direct door. All right, so I'm going to close this place up, okay, and give a direct access here, and this place also going to be having a door. Right, but let's check the okay, yeah, perfect. This place is also going to be having a door, but I would love to do something here. All right, let's make this point. I think it's all the way to this point. It is 1.4. Let's make this 1.3. Okay, so by and by we have 1.3. So in case we want to bring some heavy stuff through that door, we can easily bring it through without having a lot of problem. All right, so you have to think about everything from the beginning. If you don't think about everything from the beginning, so you are going to have serious issues as you go on with the design. All right, so you have to think about everything from the beginning. Okay, so how you are going to use take and bring in your accessories, how you are going to bring in your furnitures with the space with the door part created for bringing in furniture. Is it going to be okay? All right, so is it going to be big enough to contain to allow the furniture to pass through? All right, so you have to consider that while doing your design. Okay, so next we have this here, and also we are also going to be having this over here. Okay, so this is a porch. This porch is quite small. The porch is small for laundry and laundry people. This laundry space will not necessarily be using this particular porch too much. All right, it's not something that they'll be using too much, but it's fine. There's a way we can just go about this. Create a little porch here for the laundry. Okay, so I don't have too many problems. Okay, just a little porch here for the laundry. So we have 2 meters. Enter, and then let's indicate that there will be a beam here, and then we'll make our offset. Okay, so an offset, let's say an offset 2.5, because that's the width of the block that we're going to be using. Okay, so that's that. So next, let's check something. 1.2, and we're having 2 meters, so this is okay. So next on our list, we are going to offset this also. Perfect. And also we are also going to offset this. Annotate, detail line, offset, modify this and this. Okay, so that we're also going to be having this. We have to ensure that most of the walls are actually on a straight line. Okay, we have to ensure that typically. Okay, we have to ensure that most of the walls, they are actually on a straight line. Okay, they are on a straight line. So look at this. This wall to this wall on a straight line. Okay, so the one that can connect will connect them. This to this, they are on a straight line. All right, so this to this straight line. Okay, this cannot connect to any here. All right, so major wall, this how which you can connect this to this, but to create a very small lobby for us. Okay, so fine, we are having major walls connected. All right, so we are also going to ensure that the walls are actually connected. Almost all the major walls are connected vertically also because of our structural design. All right, so as an architect, when you are designing, you have to consider the structural engineer also. I know most times we don't consider them, right? Yeah, but it's professional for you to actually know where you should put your column, know where your column is going to be even while you are designing, to balance the structure, so you don't have too many random walls not aligning to themselves. Okay, so you can have, it's not compulsory that your wall must always be aligned. No, you can, the maximum distance should be 600 from the wall. If you have a wall in the ground floor, then the wall in the first floor can be 600 mm away from the one in the ground floor. So that's the maximum. Is that you align them, or you make sure it doesn't pass a distance of 600 mm from the closest beam on the ground floor. Okay, so that's the standard we are working with. Sometimes you can even make it at least 400 mm, but it shouldn't pass 600 mm. Okay, so here we go. We are going to insert the door right away. We are going to insert the door. Okay, so first of all, before we insert the door, I would love us to place the entering porch. All right, so I'm going to place the entering porch right away. Okay, but before that, let's do something first. All right, so now I'm done doing all my drawings, and I'm going to start from this point. All right, so let's go. This is the way I actually go about doing my work. Okay, so you can follow a different pattern, but I believe this is quite easy. All right, so go to your ease view, and it's time to start setting our levels. All right, because we already know, okay, we've done our sketch, and we know, okay, this is the building we are working on, the height we are going to use for this kind of building. Okay, so now for this is my ground floor, this is my finished floor level, so I'm going to name it, okay, my finished floor level. All right, so this is my finished floor level. Okay, and this level is going to be the okay, let's name this level. All right, okay, well, this level will just be level 2. Remember that the major level is going to be the level that is going to come after this one, which is the second floor level. That's the first floor level, sorry. Okay, so I'm going to drag all of this to this point so that we don't have too many intersections. So now let's adjust this a bit. Okay, so I'm going to adjust this. Now in between we have this level 2 and this. In between this and this, you are going to be having your slab, which is 150 mm in width. So these are our major level here. So this is going to be our first floor level. First floor level. Okay, for us to understand properly, I'm going to change this to ground floor level. Okay, ground floor level. All right, so as you can see over here, we have finished floor level, then we have the ground floor level also. Okay, so now for this, we are going to be using, we can go with 4 meters. All right, that's from, when we're not talking about, that's from, this is our DPC level. Now this is our ground floor level. Okay, these are our DPC level. So from DPC level to where your staircase will end, that's your staircase landing, the last landing for your staircase, that second landing for your staircase. Okay, we are going to be having, let's say, 3.8 meter. All right, so we can, let's say 3.6 meters. Okay, so 3.6 is okay. 3.6 is okay. So now all this we did earlier on, remember we did it on the ground floor. So now we can easily adjust this back to the ground floor. What we did just now is we just adjusted the level to 3.6 and the ground floor moved towards the first floor. Okay, so we're having 3.6 to the level 2. So this level 2 is where our ground floor wall is going to stop. All right, and that's where our slab is going to be placed on top. Okay, so the bottom of our slab is level 2. The top of our slab is the first floor level. That's the original first floor level where we are going to be placing other rooms. Okay, so now I'm going to click this, and then for the top constraint, I'm going to use level 2. Okay, so you can see it. You understand now, right? So if you even go to 3D view, you're going to see it properly. To our 3D view, we are still working on it, right? So look at this. You can see it. So now what we are going to do next is we are just going to create the entering porch. We are just going to create the entering porch. So I'll go to my floor, and here I'm going to create this entering porch. All right. These actually depend. It depends a whole lot. It depends a whole lot. Okay, so what I will do is, there's something I'm seeing here. Sometimes it's kind of very, very awkward. If we are having this particular extension here, all right, this particular one here, if you picture it in your head, you start we'll be having something awkward, because this is going to be an extrusion. Okay, but we're going to resolve that, don't worry. So we have this here. Let's say we are going with 3.5 meter, but for this structure, it's kind of a big structure, so let's go with 4 meter. Okay, so this is going to be where we're going to place our column, and we're going to work on it later. All right, we're going to work on this part. We are going to make sure that it's not going all the way up. We are going to put the cantilever slab here to cover this, because we don't want any awkward view of this particular place, because it's going to be very awkward, okay, from experience. All right, so that's that basically for the ground floor. So now it's time for us to start placing our doors. All right, so let's start placing our doors. So now we are going to start placing our doors, placing the windows. All right, so let's quickly do that. So first of all, we have to understand something. Okay, we have to understand major exit from the building. We have number one major entry, and exit is this point here, and another exit, majorly exit and minorly entry, is this. Okay, this one here from the kitchen. All right, and also from the laundry. Okay, so now we don't want to have too many exits in the building, because while you are designing, you are also putting security in your mind. Okay, so 3 is okay, but left for me, I can even exit. I can even remove that of the laundry, but I'm going to leave it. Okay, until further prompt. All right, until further prompt. So look at this now. We're going to start by placing our door. So I'm going to go to my door component. You must, if you want to place your door, you must go to door component. You can't place it through any component but door component. Okay, so I'm going to start by loading my family. So first of all, I'm going to load some families. Okay, privately, I'm going to load just a few families that I have over here that we can use. Okay, all right, so if you want a guide on how to get this family, you can actually get it on our YouTube channel. Okay, so a guide on how to download families. I actually sent a complete guide on how to download families and how to get them from different websites. That is very, very good, very, very profitable, and you will get a lot of families over there in those websites. So you can check that up. Okay, on my page, you can on my channel, you can check that up. Okay, so you can check that up on this channel. Sorry. So now we'll just quickly use let's use this door. All right, so we can even get more beautiful doors. All right, we can get more beautiful doors, but I don't want us to start thinking about doors now, because it's not yet time. We can even change these doors later. Remember, we have a long way to go, right? So we can even change this door later, but for example and for placement, let's use this door. Okay, so it's door 2019, so it's going to upgrade to Revit 2021. All right, so first of all, let's place this door here. I will love to use this point. Oh, let's use this point, but just that. Okay, it's fine. Let's use this point. It's fine. All right, so we're going to place the door at this point, and then let's place other doors. So for other doors, I'm going to place this door. So we are going to just go with 915. So we are going to edit it, duplicate it. We are going with 900 by 2100 mm. Okay, so we are going to edit it to 2100 by 900. All right, so click OK, and then so first of all, we have this here. This is not going to be a 900 door. All right, point of correction. So for this, we can insert a 900 door for the room, and then for this, we can insert a 900 door. So you might be thinking, how did I actually do that just now? So let's assume you're having something like this. You can use your space key to change the orientation of the door. Okay, you can use your space key to change the orientation. So either of them is going to work. Okay, your space key. So I'm going to place it like this against the wall. All right, and then from this point, something is going to go wrong here. Okay, something is going to go wrong here. Let's delete this. All right, so there'll be a conflict here. So I want this door to be like this. Okay, I want this door to go from this point. Okay, and also let us have a door from this point. All right, so this will be perfect. Then to the exit, we are going to have a door here. Okay, so perfect. So I'm going to explain real quick what I mean by all this. So now look at this. We're having this particular door to the lobby. All right, so in case you want to go to the kitchen, you don't want to go to the living room, past from living room to the dining, then to the kitchen, you can easily access your kitchen here. Okay, and also from dining you can access your kitchen, and from the kitchen you can access outside of the building. All right, so in case of any fire outbreak, okay, so that's what you should put in full consideration when you are doing your design. So we are going to duplicate this, and we are going to create another door for the toilet. Okay, for our toilet we are going to create another door. So I'm going to click OK, and then I'm going to edit this to 750. All right, so having 750 here, I'm going to use 750 here for a reason, and then for the exit I'm going to use 750. Okay, so you see that we open towards this direction, and then we change it like this. Okay, so perfect. So door, we have this over here, but for this I would love to actually go with a very okay, so I would love to have something here. All right, so I can trim, extend, and then we have 2 meters. This is already a very big toilet because this is more than okay, this is 1.8 by 2 meters, so it's okay, but I would love to have something like this over here. So let's make it 1 meter. Okay, so now we are having the door. You might be asking, where are we going to put wardrobe? Don't worry, wardrobe is going to come in. So I believe some of us have already seen wardrobe here. Look at it. So it can still come in. Okay, wardrobe can still come in. All right, so this is already a wardrobe area for us. Okay, this is already a wardrobe area, so we're going to put a cutting glass here, but we can still come up with something better. All right, but let's leave it first. When we are doing detailing, we can start placing that. All right, so now we have a door here for this. Remember, I'm still placing the toilet door, the store and toilet doors. Okay, so I'm going to place one here. All right, so that's it. So we're also going to be having a glass door here, but it's going to be a sliding door. All right, this particular door here is going to be a sliding door. Okay, so I'm just going to use this to represent, but it's not okay there. Let's go to our door component, door families, and then locate our inbuilt library. Okay, so under our inbuilt library, we are going to be having our door. Let me pick something very good. So this is a curtain wall door, residential. Let me use this for now. Okay, so I'm going to edit this and duplicate it. So I'm going to be using 1.2 meter by 2100 mm for the door. Okay, so now we are having 1200, and then width we are going to be having, oh that's okay, height we are going to be having 2100. So we'll click enter, and perfectly. So I'm going to place this over here. All right, I'm going to place this over here, and I'm going to adjust this a little. This is already way too small, so no need to adjust it again. So I'm going to place this over here. Okay, I'm going to place this over here. Okay, so from this point also we can access into the building. All right, but I don't. Okay, these are our security door. If anybody that can access this part can also access this part, so this will be our major security door. So putting a door here will not be an infringement on the security, or will not be a threat to the security of this building. Okay, so we can easily place our door here. Okay, so now it's now left for us to place another door at this point. So the same door at this point. Okay. All right, so perfectly done. So we are done placing all our doors. All right, so let's place the windows. So for the window, I'm going to be using a window of, for kitchen. Okay, we can still place the same window on kitchen, in the kitchens. So for the windows, I'm going to be using a window of 1.2 meter in width, but different height. All right, I think we should go 1.2 meter in width because for ventilation's sake, the land is already congested already. Okay, for the width, that's it for the width. Okay, so I'm going to be using 1.2 by 1.8 meter for the windows. So I'll go on create. I think I have a window sample here already that we can easily use. Okay, I have a window we can easily use here, but if it's not going to be good for use, we can easily look for one in our library. All right, so I'm just going to pick okay, let's go with this. Okay, I'm just going to pick any figure. Okay, this 1. I think 1.2. Yeah, perfect. So now we are using 1.2 by 1.8. Okay, so I'm just going to try to rename it. Let's duplicate. So we have 1200 mm by 1800 mm. Okay, so with this now we can edit what we are having. We have 1200 and then we have 1800, just a slight difference that we are having. So we'll click OK. All right, so here now we are also going to be having, okay, let's place one here. All right, let's place one there. For this place, we are going to place this window. Okay, remember that the windows that are going to be here are windows that will span from the ground floor to the first floor. Okay, so from this point, no window will be here. Please kindly take note, no window will be here for now. Okay, so now I'm going to place another one here. Then for this point, the same here, the window is going to span from the ground floor to the first floor. All right, so we don't need to have anyone there for now. So same here, I'm going to place a window here. And then for the room, I actually want a cross ventilation, but not when the cross ventilation window is going to be intersecting each other. All right, so let me try to do this. Let's try to achieve cross ventilation here. So I'm going to place this here. All right, so they will not intersect each other. So we have one here, and then we have another one here. Perfect. Okay, so the next one will be placement of the window for the toilet. So I will go to my windows, and then I'm going to load family. In loading family, I'm going to load one of these casements. That's single bay. All right, a single bay casement. 600 by 900 is okay. All right, so I'm just going to edit this, duplicate. I'm inserting 600 mm by 900 mm. Okay, so that will be our window dimension. So for this, that's the width. I'm going to go with 600. For the height, I'm going to go with 900. So that's perfect. All right, so we have this here. Place this here, and then place this one here. All right, so you might be thinking, shouldn't I'm not supposed to have something bigger here? Okay, you're right. All right, you are definitely right. So I'm just going to duplicate this, and I'm going to use 900 by 900. All right, we should have something bigger there. Okay, so let's insert this, something big. Perfect. All right, so this is a 900 by 900 window. All right, so we continue placing the rest. All right, we are no need for placing a bigger one here, because this is a place of high activities. All right, the laundry. Okay, so basically we are done placing the windows for the ground floor. So it's time for us to head to the first floor, and let's start doing our sketch for the first floor. When we are done, we can now focus on modeling. So now, so we are going to be working let's head down to the first floor, right? First of all, what we are going to do is we are going to put our slab. All right, let's insert our slab and let know where the slab is going to be. Okay, so now I'm just going to go to my first floor level. So remember our first floor level. So I'm not seeing anything here that I'm going to trace while placing my slab. So that's where I go to my view range. Okay, so under my view range, I'm going to try as much as possible. Okay, let's see if we can have something cool. The view range, we have cut plane, we have bottom, and let's see if we can go bottom and let's see the result. Okay, I think it's not showing over here, right? It's not showing over here, but I think let's go 3 meters. Let's go minus 1200 and let's see bottom plane. That's bottom. Let's go 3000 for bottom. Apply. Bottom clip plane is set above the cut plane. Okay. Bottom. Let's go 3000 for bottom. View depth plane is set above the bottom clip plane. Okay. That's the view depth set above the bottom clip. Let's go 3000 for the view depth. And let's apply and let's see. Okay, perfect. All right, this is actually okay. So now everything I'm going to be doing will be under my first floor, but I'm going to be tracing using what I have on the ground floor. Okay, so that's the plan, and that's what we are going to work with. All right, so I'm just going to open my floor and then we are going to start sketching. First of all, I have to have in mind that what we need for this particular structure is actually just 4 things. Okay, that's for the first floor. We need just 4 things. And what are these 4 stuff? We need, number 1, 5 bedrooms on this first floor. All right, we need what? 5 bedrooms on this first floor. Then 2, we need all rooms should be having their private balconies. Okay, and then we have a front porch, and we also have a utility room. Okay, so we are just going to follow standard, but one of the rooms is going to be bigger than others, which you call your primary bedroom for the owner of the house, or maybe the person, just a primary bedroom. Okay, so now for this, from what I'm saying now, let's sketch. Let's try to do something good. Okay, so we are going to be having an extrusion over here. Okay, that's for the slab. So I'm just going to draw that going like this. Then we get to this point. Okay, then from this point it's going to be just okay, let's go backward. All right, so from this point we are going to be having a cantilever going like this. Okay, so we are going to be having a cantilever going like this. Then from this point I'm going to stop it here. All right, so the reason I'm doing this is because I want us to have a very good shape at the end of this. So I'm just going to continue from this point, and then I'm going to take it all the way down to this point, and then I'm going to stop it here. Okay, so we are going to be having a cantilever just like this, but it's looking like it will be better if we actually extend this to this. So I'm going to delete this and delete this. All right, so I'm just going to, using what I have here, I'm going to just trace. Okay, so remember that we are having a void here, right? We're having a void here. So for the void, I'm just going to make sure that, okay, I'm going to just go like this from this point. Then we have the void here coming like this. Okay, then from this point we have the void, we have this coming over here and over here. All right, so That's the reason for all of this. Let's just make it like this. Okay, so I can delete this, and then I'm going to trim and extend, or just delete this. Okay, so the reason for this one over here, so I can have a kind of a gallery at the that's on the living room. Okay, in the living room, so we kind of have a gallery in the living room, but this ID depends, but it's going to be fine like this. It's going to be fine like this. At this point, I think then we're going to be having a staircase here. All right, we're going to be having a staircase here, so we will kind of create a little opening over here for the staircase. So to start with, of our staircase is around that's per thread. That's per thread. We are going to be having 250. That's what they run, 250. So we are having around this structure is going to have how many risers? That's 3.6 in height. That's 3.6 meter in height. That means we are going to be having 24 risers. Okay. So if we are going to be having 24 risers, that simply means that we're going to be having 23 runs. All right. So and it's going to be 2 flights. So we're going to be dividing. Okay, let's just say around. Let's open a calculator. Okay. So I'm just going to look for my calculator. All right, so we are going to be having around that 23 divided by 2. Let's go with 12. 12 multiplied by 250 millimeters. So we're going to be having around 3 meters. Okay, so that simply means that from this point, I'm just going to let 3 meters. Then we're also going to keep space for the staircase landing. Okay, the staircase landing. So let's just open up all of this space. All right, it's going to be enough. So that's that. So I'm just going to click this, and then we are good to go. So go back to 3D view, and let's see what we've done. Okay, so you can see over here this cantilever, and there's something we'll not do. All right, there's something we'll not do, which is the cantilever. We did not actually put the dimension that we want for cantilever. So for the cantilever, I'm going to go with 1 meter. Is possible. It's very, very possible, but it's going to be expensive. Okay, so let's go with 600. All right, let's see the possibility of 600. Then if it's not possible, then we increase to 1 meter. Okay, but this is just kind of this is just 5 bedroom, so I think it's going to work fine for it. Okay, so we have 600 here, and I think we are cool, right? So we are cool. So it's time for us to go to the first floor. On the first floor, this is our first floor 3D view. Let's increase our view range. Okay, so for the view, let's just quickly increase our view range because we're not seeing the slab that we just placed. All right, so we can easily edit. We are still going to use this view range. We are still going to use the view range. So I'll just edit it to make that part visible. So I'm going to take it from minus 3000. So a cut plane of, let's say, 1 meter. All right, so let's click OK. So we are having the slab over here. All right, so now let's quickly do what we need to do. Okay, let's do what we need to do. Okay, so from what I'm seeing over here, this is our staircase area. Or should we insert our staircase so some places will not get lost? All right, let's put our staircase over here. Okay, so where's my staircase? I'm going to go with this staircase, and let's do some editing. For the staircase, let me see the run that we are having. So for the tread, we are having 250. For the width, we are having 1 meter. I'm going to make it 1200. Then I'm going to click OK. All right. So now we are having 19 here. I'm going to insert 24, and then automatically that gives us 150 for the risers, 250 for the tread. Okay. So at this point, I think we're just going to insert our staircase. All right, so from this point, I'm just gonna the landing point will be, the final landing point will be at this point. We're going to be having a mid landing point here, but the final landing point is going to be at this point. So leading us directly to where? This particular gallery here. All right, so you'll see it very soon. Let's do it. So now I'm going to go, I can go like this, all right, and I can also go like this. But the best of it all is for us to go like this, okay? It's going to give us a very good view, but let's do it. All right, so I'm just going to have a shorter one here and then the longer one over here. Okay. There's something we not do. Something we not do. This is ground floor, right? From the ground floor to where? From the ground floor to level 2. Okay, perfect. All right, ground floor, base level, ground floor, top level, level 2. All right, so that's perfect. So I'm just going to align this. I'm going to align this to this. Okay, so I'm also going to align this part. I think we should just click that part. All right, I'm going to align this to this. Okay, so this simply means that we are going to be landing here. All right, we are going through this part, we are landing here. So we are going to be taking this off. All right, so no longer necessary because we have to keep that place open to achieve what we want to achieve. But there'll be a beam here. All right, there'll be a beam here. Okay, it's quite necessary, and sometimes it's a very cool advantage. And also, since we are not even having a wall that we're trying to align this particular wall to, that's this beam to, then we can just easily adjust this to this point. All right, we can easily adjust this to this point. Okay, so let's move MV on your keyboard for move and place it here. All right, so perfect. So now we go back into our first floor, and then we are having this over here. So this is a call for us to adjust. This is a call for us to adjust this. Okay, so align this to this point, and then we are just going to do some little adjustment, tracing and tracing. Then we are going to trim this. Okay, so at this point just click perfect. So now we are having this here. So I want to try as much as possible to make this work come out very, very well. All right, but this is the only space we have to work. All right, this is the only space we have to work, so we have to maximize it, right? So we can, I think it's obvious to everybody that this is a space we have to work. We are placing what here? A 5-bedroom. All bedrooms should have their private toilet, private balcony, and then we are going to be having what again? We are going to be having a front porch and a utility room. All right, so let's quickly start inserting them. So I'm going to put my boundary walls first. All right, so I'm just going to trace. Okay, according to the slab I have. All right, I'm going to just trace. Oh, that's an error there. So I'm going to trace according to the slab I have. And then I'm going to just close it at this point. Okay, so with a straight line, I know at this point, I know that we're going to be having, okay, perfect. So now I'm going to continue tracing. Obviously, we are going to be having our balcony here, right? So I continue from this point, tracing all the way down. But at this point, I don't want us to have this wall here, so I'm going to stop it here. All right, and I'm going to continue here. Okay, so we go like this, and then we close at this point. So let's quickly align them. Let's align all of them. All right, so we align this, and also we align this. Okay, you might be thinking, why am I not placing that? Because remember that we are going to be placing a a long glass there. So I want us to have kind of a single wall spanning from the ground floor to the first floor for the staircase wall, and also for this staircase wall. So I'm going to just click this staircase wall. Okay, so we can see I want this to span all the way to the top, but not the whole wall, but just a part of it, the one that concerns the staircase. Okay, so I'll go back into my ground floor and I'm going to just slit SL for slit on your keyboard. I'm slitting here, and then I'm going to go back in here. Then I can select only this one. So only this one, I'm going to just come to my top level and adjust the top level to, let's say, okay, it's not actually connected. Okay, we don't have any connection for that over here. So I'm just going to quickly create that. So I'll go back to my east view, which is a particular view whereby I can easily adjust what I'm working on. So my east view, and then I'm going to insert this over here. So I'm just going to name this as what? My parapet level, because it's just a story building that we are working on. So my parapet level, and 3.6 meter perfect. Okay, so that's my parapet level. So I'll go back into my 3D, click this, and then I'm going to adjust the top constraint to where? My parapet level. So perfect. Okay, so that simply means that this particular that's a slab, we don't actually need it to go through this point. All right, so it's quite easy to adjust. Just click, drag to this point, drag to this point, then use your slit tool. You slit, and then you slit. Okay, delete, and then we are good to go. All right, so go back to your 3D view. We're having a clean pathway. Okay, so it's going to be same for this. All right, it's going to be same for this. Click this wall, and also we are having something here. We're having something here. Okay. So let's do this first. Click this wall, and then we'll click this wall over here, and we're going to take them all the way to the top. All right, so let's adjust it to parapet level, and let me see the outcome. Okay, perfect. So for this, we are going to close it here, adjust to first floor. Perfect. Okay, so now you can see where we are heading, right? So this is where we are heading. All right, this is where we are heading. Okay, so I like having something. I think there's an error here. All right, we're going to work on that. We're going to work on that. We are just going to work on that. Let me see. Let's adjust something quickly before we forget. So remember that we are going to be having, this is our DPC level. I'm going to be having our normal ground level. So I'm going to insert another level here, but this level, I'm going to call it my NGL, your normal ground level. Okay, so I'm going to call it my NGL. For the NGL, I'm going to be using this level will determine the number of risers you're going to have for your staircase. That's for your staircase, your entrance staircase to the either the kitchen or the living room. All right, so I'm just going to insert, let's say 600 over here. Okay, so 600 over here, and that's that. All right, so now what I'm going to do next is I'm going to select the whole of this structure. Let's go to ground floor. For the ground floor, I'm going to click the ground floor, select all that is visible to view, and then I'm going to adjust the base level to your NGL, normal ground level. Okay, so let's go to our 3D view. We are having this here. All right, so you can see it, right? You're having this here. So I'm going to go back to my NGL, and I'm going to just draw a kind of a plain ground so that we can be seeing everything we are doing. Kind of okay, let's do that on our first floor. All right, sorry, ground floor, I mean. So we can just follow the pathway we are having for the land. All right, so perfect. So I'm going to go to 3D view, and then I'm going to select this and move it all the way to my, okay, it's already on my normal ground level. Okay, So this is what we are having over here, right? So let's quickly do some work on the first floor. All right, we have a lot of work to do on the first floor, so let's quickly head on and finish up what we have to do there, right? So now, for my first floor, we are going to start designing what we want here: a five-bedroom, a five-bedroom, a five-bedroom. That's the target for this first floor. Okay, a five-bedroom. All right, a five-bedroom. So here's what I'm going to do first. Okay, um, let's save our project. All right, so I'm just going to save this somewhere. Okay. All right. So we've already saved our work. Okay. We've saved our work. Now, what we're going to do is, first of all, I'm going to start from, okay, I'm just going to do some little workings first, all right, to see what's possible. Okay, that's the first thing I'm going to do, to see what's possible. So I'm just going to align this. Okay, perfect. So I'm going to align this to this. Okay. All right, so we can have more space. So I'm going to align this to this edge. All right. Okay. Okay. So just follow me closely. All right. We have 3.5 by 4.3. So let's keep this space here, and we're going to decide what we're going to use it for. All right. But I'm already thinking of something, a secondary launch. All right. But let's make sure we get the most important part, because we have secondary lodge. We have this space. All right. We have this space. We have this space. But first of all, we ought to have kind of a space over here. Sorry, a lobby over here that is going to help us access this gallery. Okay, I don't want us to use this place. It's going to make it too congested, so we're going to extend it like this. And then from this point, we can start placing our bedroom. All right. So this is the only place we are having to place our bedroom and also our utility. Okay, so now what I'm going to do, I'm going to just, first of all, let's use a straight line, align. Okay. So let me see what I'm having here. Okay, this is 4 meter. And also going to be having this. Okay, what am I having here? This 3.8. This 3.8. What am I having here? 1.2. Okay. So we're having this. Okay. So I'm just going to, my target to be 4 meter by 4 meter. I think that will work best for a space like this. Okay. So I'm just going to trim this place. Trim. Then I'm going to take it off. So this is my port. This is my private balcony for this, and also a toilet for this. All right. But let me see. 1.9. We're going to do our final adjustment, but let's quickly finish this part. Okay. We are having 5.5 over here. Okay. So I'm just going to trim this, and we're having 3 let's make it 3.6. All right, this is even too much. 1200 is okay. 1200 is okay. So now it seems that we are at a point where we have to manage our space. Okay, so we are going to be accessing this particular gallery through this particular point. Okay, and all right, so it's just going to be easy all through, but let me just see something. I'm going to take this off and take this off. All right, so we're already having 2 here, but this one is already having the balcony and the toilet, but let me take this off. Okay, so I will have a proper view. So now from this point, I'm going to trim, and then let me take the measurement of this and to see if it is proper. All right, so good. So now I'm just going to use this as one of my rooms. Okay, then at this point I'm going to trim this, and this is even way too much. All right, this is way too much. Okay, so I'm just going to adjust it a bit forward. Okay, so I'm going to trim this. So to increase the circulation area, what's the distance from this point, from this to this? We're having 1.2. Okay, good. So now the focus now should be where we are going to be having our primary room. That should be the focus now. But let me take a measurement of this one, and let me see. 4 meter. 4 meter. Okay, perfect. So now the focus now should be where we are going to place our primary room. We just have 2 rooms to go. We have 2 more rooms to go. Okay, and for the 2 more rooms, I just need something not too much. Let's say 4 meter. Okay, so the rooms are more important than the lobby to me. All right, the lobby is very, very important, but the rooms are more important to me than the lobby I'm going to be creating. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, all right, we just need 2 rooms here. 2 rooms, 2 rooms, 2 rooms, 2 rooms. All right, so this is how designing is actually. It's not, it doesn't always come easy. All right, so you have to rack your head to get what you want. All right, so let's rack our head to get what we want. I want kind of a big room over here, kind of a very big room. Okay, it's going to be a very big room. Um, we can't have a big room here. Okay, we can't have that particular room here because of this staircase. Okay. Okay. Hmm. All right. So yes, what I'm going to do. So let me adjust this on join element. So instead of me having, so I'm just going to leave this, close it up, and try to manage my space over here. All right. Oh, this is even 5 meters. That's way too much. So I will try to adjust this a bit. Okay. And try to manage my space that I'm having. So I'm trying to just return everything back that we can view from this other point. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to increase this a bit. I'm going to increase this a bit. I'm just going to add 400 to it. All right. So what I'm having here usually, I'm just going to make it 1 meter. So that will be just 400. Then for this, I'm going to use the exterior part of the wall for the measurement. So we're having just 400, enter. So I'm going to take these ones out. Okay. So I'm going to take it out also. So now for this one in particular, right? For this one in particular, I don't want the lobby to be too big. It will be a waste of space. So I'm going to adjust this a bit and then slit this place. Okay. So let me see what I'm having here. All right. So let it not waste. So we're having 1.3 and it's still big. Okay. It's still manageable. All right. It's still manageable. So now as I'm doing all of this, I have to be considering something. Okay, I have to be considering something. Let me hide this. Okay, I have to be considering something as I'm doing all of this. All right, from all indications, I'm just going to make sure that this wall is aligned to this. All right, and this aligns. Okay, so you can see where I'm coming from, right? I just want an alignment whereby I'll not be having issue. That's the structural engineer will not be having issue with the structural drawings. Okay. I don't think there's no much issue. Anyhow it is, the structural engineer must always find this a way to make sure we get a good structural design. Okay, so HR, so I'm going to bring it back. I'm done verifying everything that needs to be verified. All right, so I'm going to adjust this. Just going to adjust this, then take this off. Take, trim and extend this one. Okay. So now, what I'm going to do here is following this straight line. I'm going to have a room here, right? So this room is going to be 3.6 meter, but it's looking like something is going to go off here. Let's make this 1.2 meter. All right, so we'll have this toilet over here. Then we'll look for a good place to place the balcony of this one. But let's just quickly finish what we are doing over here. So for this, I'm going to make it 3.6 meter. All right, 3.6 meter. And then for this, I'm going to here. I believe, yep. I'm going to take that off. This 4.2 by 4.2 by 4.78. Okay. We're having this here. Then this room, let's start from here. Okay, so from this point, I'm just going to do some little adjustments. All right. So I believe we all like as we are doing a practical design whereby we have to rack our head to do the design of the building based on the land that we are having. Okay. So now I'm just going to make everything all aligned together, and then I'm going to do some adjustments. All right. I want from this point, let me see the measurement we are having. We have 4.5. So I'm going to take it to 3.6 meter. All right. So we can have something little here, but something, let me see. This one is 1.6. Okay, let's make it 1.2. All right. So this is 1.2 now. So this is 1.2. So I'm just going to increase to 2.4. Okay. So 2.4. And then I'm going to extend this a bit. All right. I'm going to extend this a bit to this point. And we'll cover it here. Then we adjust. Okay. All right, so I'm just going to this 3.4. This 3.4. We have 4.5 over there. Let me make this 4 meter. All right, let me make this 4 meter, and then I'm going to adjust this a bit, but not necessarily everything. Let me adjust everything. We're going to be having 1.2 over here. Okay, and this one we're going to adjust it a bit to 4 meter. All right, so at this point now we now have space for this toilet. Okay, so this is 1.2 and this one is 1.5. Okay, so this is the balcony for this one and this is the toilet for this one, but nevertheless, to avoid too much space, we can just make the whole line flush. But what will determine it is, let me see what we are having. Okay, All right, so let's make the whole line flush. We are just going to make everything flush to this point. All right, so perfect. So now we now have balcony for this, toilet for this, toilet for this, and then we just need balcony for this one. All right, so to get balcony for this one, I'm going to do it this way. Okay, I'm going to do it this way, but we have to do this in a very professional way. We have to do this in a very professional way. All right, this is already a very long building. Okay, this is already very long, so I'm just going to increase this to 4.5 so I can have enough space, and then um I'm going to adjust this, and then adjust at this point, then we'll go at this point, then we'll cover here, and then I'm going to have this here, and then delete this, and then we have trimming, so we just trim this, trim, and then we create this opening. But there's something I need to check over here. All right, so this is not entering at all. All right, this is not entering at all, so I'm just going to delete this and trim and extend to get what we were getting before. So we're having 1.2 over here, and let me make this 2.4. That's 2400. Okay, so I'm going to check. We are having 2.8 here, so it seems like this is the only part that was not going to be having a balcony. All right, because of the space, we can actually place a balcony by extending this, but let's just finish other part and let's see the space that we're going to be having left. But obviously this is the only place that's not going to be having a balcony. All right, from what I'm saying. Okay, but let's see if we can shift this toilet to this place. All right, okay, so now for this we are going to be having a balcony here. Okay, for this room we are going to be having a balcony over here, so I'm just going to slit open and take this off. Okay, and I'm going to increase this a bit. This is 1.2. I want this to be more than 1.2. I want this to be more than 1.2 because this is the primary bedroom. All right, so for this we are having what here, 1.2 also. Okay, so this is the toilet and this is the let's make this 2.4, and we are having 2 meter. All right, so we can even make it 2 meter by 2 meter. It's not compulsory that it must be 2.4. Let's make it 2 meter by 2 meter. All right, so obviously we can't even shift that toilet over here. All right, but this one is okay, so this one is okay, and then we are just going to close this place and also close this place, and this is the toilet for this, and this part is going to be open all through. All right, we are going to just trim and extend and make this place open all the way to the end. All right, so this opening that we have here is going to be the balcony for the primary bedroom. All right, so let's trim this. So we are going to be having this over here, don't attach. So this is going to be the balcony for the primary bedroom. Okay, so we can also make this a shared balcony. All right, we can make this a shared balcony. So this particular room can access this balcony. Okay, 2 rooms are not going to be having a balcony. All right, so 2 rooms. So let's give it like this. Let's make it like this. But actually these rooms can share this balcony because it's not a flat we are designing a kind of residence. Okay, so it's kind of same building, so this both room can share this balcony. All right, and also having this here, and this room also can share the balcony with this. Okay, you can share the balcony with this. All right, so I think that should be perfect, but there's something that we are not putting into consideration. You see this space over here. This is quite. I feel. I feel we are wasting this space, but this is the only circulation, like notable circulation we are having here. This particular space you are seeing here. All right. Apart from this space, every other part is kind of a bit narrow. All right, long and narrow, but they are wide, 1.2 meter. Okay, but this is the biggest space we are having here for circulation. So I think we should leave it, right? We should leave it that way. So this particular staircase area is going to be open all through. Then lights will flood in this particular lobby from this staircase area. All right, so that's the advantage of the staircase opening we are having here. All right, so I think with all this, but this now looking like a bigger toilet. Okay, so I think something is going to be changed here. So I'm just going to trim and leave it like this. Then I'm going to make some little adjustments. I'm going to leave this particular room with no lobby. All right. I'm going to leave this particular room with no lobby. And then at this point, let's try to maximize what we are having here. Let's try to maximize it. Okay. So I think this will be the best option for this space. All right, but let me see. That's 1.181. Okay, so we can't make any adjustments here rather than we increasing this to 1.2. All right, so that's the only adjustment we can make. Oh, this is 1.4. Okay, so we are going to make it 1. This way. Okay, we can have 1.5 there because it's not going to be a cantilever slab because there's a beam here, there's a beam here, and also we have reinforcement coming out from this longer slab holding this one over here, so it's not going to be an issue. So I'm just going to click OK, don't attach, and then we go back here and we adjust this. All right, and I think we are having 1.275, so perfect. So I'm just going to make this 2 meter on the dots. Okay, so we have this for the gallery, just a little gallery. All right, and then we have this over here. So I believe we maximize the space very well, like very well. Actually did something cool here. We maximize the space very well. This is going to be a shared balcony. This room don't have a balcony at all. This room has a balcony. All right, it's fine. So we can go with this. Okay, we can go with this. So let's come to this place. The thing is, for this space, I'm just going to. We don't need a secondary room here. Okay, we don't need a secondary room here. I'm going to make this kind of a utility space. All right, a utility space. I'm going to delete this and also delete this and also trim and create a little recession over here and I'm going to make the porch bigger. All right, so that's what I'm going to do. So at this point we have an entrance to a little utility over here and then an open space. Okay, so we're going to be having a beam here. So let me just indicate it. Detail line. So hidden, we are going to be having kind of a straight beam here. Okay, and then directly into our porch. All right, so but it's kind of too tight. This is kind of too tight. It's kind of too tight. Okay. This is very tight. Uh, okay. So here's what I'm going to do. Instead of us having a void here, I'm going to be converting this to a secondary space. But let me see if there's any other way out. All right, because it's way too tight and it's not looking like what it was planned to look like. Okay, so let me delete this. Let me delete this. Um, okay. So we have 1.4, 1.2 instead, and then we are having 2 meter. So I think this will be better. All right, so we can have an entrance over here. So then from this point directly, we're going to be accessing. We're going to be accessing. Okay. So we have. Let me make it 1 meter, and then we also have 1 meter. Okay. All right. So I think we can leave it this way. We can leave it this way. So now, so this is already 4.5 meter. And if we want to even check this toilet for this for this for this shared balcony, this balcony, and this over here. All indication, this is the only place that will not be having a balcony. Okay, from all indication, right? Like this is the only place that, okay, not having a balcony will not be an issue. All right, and it's even close to the outdoor porch. Okay, so it's not an issue. So I'm just going to adjust this a bit and make this 2.4 meter. Okay, so do you think this is cool? This is cool. Let's just leave it this way. Okay. All right, so let's leave this. We're having 2.5, 1.2, 900. Okay. This having a balcony here. this balcony. Um, okay. All right, so we have some few stuff we need to still place here, which is the closet. But first of all, I'm just going to make a little opening here to increase the realization area. That's the balcony for this. All right, so from this point, we have a little closet here. I'm going to increase the closet by reducing this room here. Then we have 4 meters. I'm going to make it 4 meters. All right, so this should be able to accommodate a door. Okay, so perfect. So at this point, we have 1 meter, we have a closet, and this, let's make it 2.5 meter. All right, so now we have 3.6. Let's just make it 3.6. Okay, so this is perfect. So this is for the primary bedroom. All right, this is for the primary bedroom. And also, we can close it up at this point, and then we open it up at this point. Okay, so this for the primary bedroom. I think the other one is better. This for the primary bedroom, and we are having this. So we are good to go. So this private balcony for the primary bedroom, toilet, closet, and then for this we are having private balcony, toilet, toilet for this, private balcony for this. So we're going to leave 1, 2 out of it for private balcony because of the children. Okay, so I think utility, and then we are having this, so we are good to go. So let's start doing our 3D modeling. All right, so now let's start modeling our structure. All right, so I'm just going to start by placing my windows for the first floor. Let's go to the first floor, and I'm going to use the same window I used for my ground floor. All right, so we have for the toilet, and for this we are going to go with 600, 900 by 900, something bigger. Then for the toilet, I'm going to go with this. Okay, for the two over here, I'm going to go with those. All right, so that's that. So next to the other window, okay. So we have 1, 2 by 800. I'm going to try as much as possible to place 2 windows here, right? But it's not going to work. Okay, let's see if we can have. Okay, let's just make everything here windows. So I'm just going to place. I'm going to place just 2 windows here. Then the separation will be a concrete block. Okay, right? Just a concrete block that doesn't carry any weight. Right, the beam will carry the weight. So now with a window, I'm going to have 2 over here, and then I'm going to have 1 here for the utility room. But balancing, okay, I'm going to use this wall for a lot of modeling, like decoration modeling for the exterior view. So I'm going to have okay, this room is lucky enough to have cross ventilation. So we have 2 over here. Then primary room, we are going to make ensure that we are having a cross ventilation for the primary room. Okay, We are going to ensure that we are having a cross ventilation for the primary room. So I'm going to place one here and also place the other here. All right. Okay. So I think this is actually cool, but we're going to place one window over here and the okay. Let's place a window here. All right. All right. So that's that. So um, you can see what we are having. So now for the staircase area, I'll go to my left view, and in my left view, I'm just going to try to edit. Okay, I'll edit this, create an opening from the floor down to the ground floor, and this opening, I'm going to make it, let's say 750 over here, 750, and then we're having what over here? Okay, let's go with 750. Okay, so this is 750, and from the top, from the bottom, I'm going to ensure that we are having 600 if possible. But 600 is not going to be possible. Let's make it just 900. All right, 900. I'm going to align this top with this top over here. So I'm going to use align to AL on your keyboard. So for this, so I'm actually cool. So I'm just going to try to align this to this. Okay. So after doing that, I can click OK, and then that's that. So just to create an opening there, we are going to put a curtain wall over there. All right, we're going to put a curtain wall. We are going to put a curtain wall over there. All right, so now we are going to do the same for this wall over here. Okay, we are just going to do the same. So I'm going to use so we are going to work on this particular part. So I'm just going to double click to open. Okay, but first of all, we have to do something which is quite very important. I would love this part to have a little extrusion. Okay, so I'll go back into I'll place in 3 windows here. Okay, I'll place in 3 windows here. Okay. So now I'll go back into my work. That's my floor plan. All right, my ground floor, any of them, or my NGL. Okay, my NGL, or even ground floor can do the work for us. All right, so I'm going to be having a little extrusion here. Okay, just a very little extrusion, more than normal. Let's say 300. All right, so I can slit this point to create an opening. Okay, so just trim and extend, and if that doesn't work, click one of the line and just drag to drop. Okay, so that's what I'm going to be having there. So from this point to this point, I'm going to be having 1 meter. 1 meter is too small. 1.2. Okay, so I'm going to trim this. I think something is wrong here. So I can let's trim and extend. Something is wrong. Go to your 3D view. Okay, so I'm going to extend all of this, from my ground floor, that's changed to natural ground level, that's normal ground level, to my parapet level. Okay, so now we can do what we want to do. All right, so I'm going to trim and extend. Oh, something is actually wrong with this wall. Okay, so I can use another wall here. Then for this wall, it's going to be from natural ground level to parapet level. All right, so this is what we are having here. And then for this, spanning from natural ground level to parapet level. All right, so this is what we are having here. So we are going to be having a long curtain wall glass and the one at the middle. Okay, so I think we don't need, okay, let's just create the opening. All right, so let's create the opening. So for this, I'm going to be having this starting from this point all the way up to this particular point here, a line. Okay, so now I'm going to maintain 800. All right, and also maintain 800 here. Okay, so perfect. Now let me see. All right, so let's create the same opening here first. I think what we are having here is quite small, but we'll have to maximize it. So now I'm going to create same here. Okay, I'm going to be having same here. Okay, aligned to this point. All right, you understand why I'm creating this opening? All right, just to put our glass, our curtain wall. You can find other methods to actually do this. All right, so but if this method is quite easy for you, you can actually implement it in your design journey. So we have this here, 300, giving us 1 meter. But let me check properly so I don't make any mistake. Let's go with 300. Okay, so we have this here. All right, so instead of me doing same for this, it's just for me to click, okay, edit, and I'm going to just draw this here, and I'm going to select all of this. All right, so all of these, copy, picking this point to this point. So I'm just going to adjust it here. So we are having 300, okay, and also having 300 here. All right, so you can see it. So that give a, but it's looking like this one is bigger than this. Yeah, obviously it's looking like that. Okay, so that means I'm going to increase it to 500 because I want them to be the same. So let me measure. Okay, we can measure. Yeah. All right. Annotating tool would not also work here, but it's fine. I'm just going to use 500 for this, and also 500 for this. Okay. So it seems we are going to be using 400 and 400. All right, so I'm going to click OK, and then we are good to go. But it seems something is actually wrong here. So we'll not delete the one that we placed here before, so we have to take it out. No. Let's not do that. We'll have to do it clicking this. Okay, so let's take that out. All right, so we now have something complete. Perfect. So it's complete now. All right, so our plan is coming out the way we want it. Okay, I don't want us to be having too many curtain wall, but let's just have only one here But let's have a kind of okay. Let's have one here. All right, so let's have one here, just one single one. All right, then we'll have window on window at the ground floor, window here. So let's have one at the middle. So I'm just going to have one at the middle at this point. Okay, so I'll make sure I maintain I kind of maintain 1 meter. All right, so good. So now we have that there. Okay, so I'm trying to check if the height are both at the same level and also the base. Okay, so now for the ground floor, I'm going to place a window there. So 1 2 by 1.8. I'm going to place one and one here. All right, so that leaves us with that. Okay, so we're just going to be having a straight window up and then, but I think it's looking awkward, right? It's looking kind of a bit awkward. Okay. The awkwardness here is not even this is the centralization. So I'm just going to click this, activate dimension. Okay, I'm going to the activate dimension. Then to this point, I'm going to make it 500. All right, then click this one, activate the dimension. Then to this point, I'm going to be having 500. So once they are actually centralized, we are going to be having something cooler. Okay, yeah, so better. All right, so now it's time for us to start placing our beam. But let's place our DPC walls first. So I'm going to go to my ground floor. I'll come here to my ground floor. We have, what is this? Let's click this and close. Okay, so now we have this window here. We can choose to cover this place or open it up, but I'm going to open it up totally. All right, so for this, we are going to cover it up. So pick, and then we are going to be working for our base constraint. We are going to work with our normal ground level. Then for the top constraint, we are going to be having our ground floor level. Okay, so from this point to this point, we put that there. And then for this, we are going to be having from this point all the way to this point, and then we drag and close at this point. So let's go to our 3D view and let's see what we did. So you can see this. Okay. So I'm just going to adjust this from normal ground level. So I'm going to align this to this. Also align this to this. Okay, so this one is okay. So I'm going to click OK and don't attach. All right, so I'm going to go to my 3D view. Perfect. Okay, perfect. So it's actually going to come out fine. But all right, so let's do same. Let me just see if you can actually copy this. But most times we can't copy walls like that. So let's go to our first floor. All right, so our first floor, or we can actually draw on our normal ground level and do our adjustment. Okay, okay, let's go to our first floor so some person will not get lost. On our first floor, this particular wall here needs to be adjusted to this level. Okay, so don't attach. So now for this particular first floor, we're having this wall here, so I'm going to drag all the way down to this point and also drag all the way to this point, and I'm going to close here. All right, so let's align the wall. This is actually a beam wall. Okay, so now go back to our 3D view, and then I'm going to align this to this. All right, so this, just try to make sure that they are actually aligned. Okay, so align this to this, and then I'm also going to align this to this. All right, just make sure they are okay. So now all the way I'm going to click all of this, and that's for the first floor basement. We have basement. Okay, so I'm going to make an offset of 2400. We have 3.6, right, as a height. So let's go with 3000. Okay, so let's go with 3000, and then we are having this. If need arise, we can adjust them later. Okay, but for now, let's go with this. But it's looking like it's too long, right? It's looking like it's too long, but it's actually looking like it's too long. So let's adjust this. Let's say we are going with 3.5 or even 3 meter. But for the kind of structure we are working on, um, let's just adjust it. So I'm going to click this and then click this. Okay. So let's see. All right. So we are going to be having two columns spanning all the way up, all the way up. So that's it. So let's do the beam for others. All right. So the beams that are going to be visible for the architectural design. Let's just quickly do all the beams. So now we have for the kitchen, I think we're having a laundry here. So let's go back there. For the laundry also, for the normal ground level, I'm just going to span this, create similar from this point all the way to this point. Let me see 3D view. Okay, so perfect. So now I'm just going to do the beam for the kitchen. Okay, so I'm going to be using ground floor and use basement, let's say 2400, and I'm going to be clicking like this, and from this point like this. Which other part do we have a beam? Are we supposed to have a beam? We have one here, but it's not going to be visible on our facade view. Okay, so that's that for the ground floor. So let's go up to the first floor. Wow, this is way too wonderful. Okay, this is too wonderful. Let's make it 3 meter. All right, so better. So this is better. We're also going to be having let's just adjust this before we forget about it. Okay, so let's click OK. So we're also going to be having drop beam on all cantilevers. All right, we're going to be having drop beam on all cantilevers. Left for me, okay, let's have drop beam for all cantilevers. So let's play for the first floor first. We're also having the same challenge here. So I'm going to use my align tool to just quickly correct that. Okay. All right, so don't attach. Okay, so now I'm going to go back to my first floor, and my first floor I'm going to use okay, 2.4, 1.2, 3 meters. Then we are having 600. Okay, so I'm just going to go this way, and then at this point, that's for all balcony, we are going to have it. Okay, so we'll go all the way to this point, and then track to this point. Okay, so right now it looks as though we are not doing anything, but when we go to our view, our 3D view, we are going to see what we did. So now let's go back and let's see. So you can see them. So we just create the beams. We created the beam, so you can see this over here. So now it's time for us to create the beam under the cantilever. So let's watch this cantilever we are having here. So it's kind of a U-shaped cantilever. It's kind of a U-shaped cantilever, so we have to create a beam for it. Left for me, okay, let's do it. Let's do it. All right, but it's not going to just like a 300 drop beam. Not going to be too much. Okay, so it's quite. It's actually included in the architectural facade view. So that's why we are trying to do it. All right, so let's see. So I can give this part a thickness, just a little thickness. So it's actually a U shape. So I'm just going to do that right now. I'm going to go to my ground floor. At my ground floor, I'm just going to draw. All right, just draw a U shape from this point. Okay. All right, so from this point, I'm going to draw a U shape all the way, all the way, and all the way. Let me see what we have. Right. So I'm going to align this, align, then this face, align to this face. I think we should be having another one here. Okay, okay, okay. So I'm going to try to create similar from the normal ground level or from my ground floor. Okay, so I'm just going to try to create similar here. So let's go to our 3D view and let me see. Okay. So let's align this. Okay. So now we are having that, but this time, what we should be having here shouldn't be this thick. Okay. Let's go with 300. So we are going to be having 3300 for this. Okay. So now we're going to be doing same for this. It's just for us to align. Okay, so it's just for us to align. All right, so also align. Okay, so we will need a closing point at this place also. So now we are left with this part. Okay, so I'm just going to go to my ground floor. All right, at my ground floor, I'm going to just draw kind of a normal wall, but this time let's go with 3300. Okay, so at this point, I'll just drag it out and then go to my 3D view and do some alignment. Okay, so I can see that we are having it here. So I'm going to align this wall to this wall. Oh no. If you don't know how to use the tools in Revit, you can actually check out the video on this particular YouTube channel. Okay. So you can check it out and then go through it. Alright, so let's drag this out a bit. For those who might still be asking, the shortcut for align is your type on your keyboard and then you have align. Okay, so I'm going to delete this. I don't want to have that like that. So all right, so now I'm just going to drag this outside, but I don't want it to actually touch this wall here. So I'll take it away from this wall. I'll take it outside a bit and then go to our 3D view. Okay, right. So this is what I want. Just a bit far from the wall, so I don't have to be. If you are moving it, it won't be affecting the wall. It will affect this one. All right. So then we can align this. Okay, to this wall. So let's align to this wall, this face. Okay. So I'm going to pick this wall, rotate to this other side. Okay. So and then I'm going to rotate. Okay. So let's make it 3300. All right. So now we are cool. Okay. So we are cool, we are cool, we are cool, we are cool. All right, so now it's time for us to place our parapet. All right, it's time for us to place our parapet. So let's do that quickly. I'm going to teach you something. To create a parapet is quite very easy. Okay, first of all, we have two ways of creating parapets. You can either use your sweep tool, or you can use your sweep tool, or you can also use your profile. Okay, so I'm going to be using profile because that's kind of the most hardest part. It's not even too hard. I think profile is even still easy. Both of them are quite easy. Okay, so let me use profile. So I'll go to my file. Okay, so new, go to family, go to my template. I'm going to be using English. Then go to metric profile. Metric profile, where are you? So metric packing. So I think the next, okay, yeah, metric profile. So now I'm going to open this, just quickly do some working. So this kind of a profile that's going to go around. All right, it's just like you cut through a particular session. Okay, so now we are going to work on this. I'm also going to click on create. Okay, so we are going to be using our create tool very, very well. So I'm just going to click create, and under my create, I'm going to be working with kind of a parapet, very good height. All right, so I'm going to go with, let's say, 500 because of the kind of building we are working on. Okay, I think I should go back to my create. So I'll go with 500. Okay, and then for the extension, right? And then for the extension, I'm going to go with, let's say 350. Okay, and click enter. All right, so this is what we are having here. So for this, I'm going to click 100. All right, so it's just like you are creating kind of a cross section of a particular material. Okay, so if you cut through 100, 100, and 100. Okay, so as you can see over here, this will bring in the curve. All right, that's if you want to introduce a curve, but if you don't want to do that, then it's fine. You can actually leave it like that. So most times I like bringing in this curve side in. Okay, so it will make your work to have this kind of professional edges, like curvy edges. Okay, you can go with any edge that you want, but most times this kind of edge brings your work out better. Okay, so I'm going to trim and also trim this and trim this. Also going to trim this and this. Okay, so this is going to be our profile. So yeah, you can just click Ctrl S to save. I can save this as parapet 2. All right, so kindly note where you saved it. Okay, parapet 2. So I'm going to save it like this, and then I'm going to load it into my project. Okay, so let's click save project. So I'm going to load this into my project. So go to my 3D view, and this is where we are going to place our parapet, right? So now we go to my wall sweep. Under my wall sweep, I'm going to edit the one I have there and duplicate it, and then I'm going to insert parapet. Okay, so that's my parapet. And also for the material, I'm going to go with my gypsum wall board. Okay, so I'm just going to search for it at this place, gypsum. Okay, so I'll go with my gypsum, and for this I'm going to click OK. All right, so here we are. So most times you have to activate this. So go back to your wall sweep and then pick parapet. Okay, so here we are, but this is not what I actually wanted. Okay, I think something is wrong. We did not actually select what we want, so I will go back into my parapet. All right, let's select parapet. Okay, So I'm going to use my profile, parapet profile, and click OK. All right, so now here we are. Okay, so I'm just going to delete this. So my profile is now active. So my wall sweep parapet is now active. So I'm going to do something first. All right, before that, we are going to be having some kind of different heights, because we are going to be using roof and not a flat roof like your hip roof. So I want us to have different heights, not for this particular front part of the building, but some major side of the building that just need the visibility. Okay, so I think this part we need that visibility. All right, so when you are doing your 3D view, when you are designing, kindly ensure that you are picturing the outcome in your mind. If you have the outcome pictured in your mind, you're not going to make mistake. Okay, if you have the outcome picture in your mind, you're not going to make mistake. And also ensure that you have the client expectation pictured in your mind also. Okay, that's even your outcome. The client expectation should be pictured in your mind as your outcome. All right, the client what expectation should be what pictured in your mind as your outcome. All right, so if that expectation is pictured in your mind, then pleasing and giving your client what they want will actually not be a rocket science. Okay, it will be just straightforward, and you are going to please your client. All right, so I'm going to slit this at this point. I'll slit this at this point. You can see the mark over there. So now I want to raise this point up also. Okay, so I would love us to raise this particular part of the building up. All right, so let's make this top offset of something's actually wrong here. I think something is wrong. Hold on, we have this top offset. Let me see this. Okay. Okay, so these walls are actually unconnected walls. So I'm going to connect them. That's why you're saying that. So I'm going to connect them to my parapet level. You see the same level. So when I connect them, you can see that our top offset is now active. Okay, so I'll come to this point, and then I'm going to increase this by 500. All right, so that's the plan. Okay, that's the plan. So I think we should increase this also instead of splitting it. Okay, 500. All right, it's for us to bring out the roof design that we want. That's why we're doing this. Nothing additional. Okay, so the roof design is the reason we are going for this. So we can actually raise this part up also because of the roof design. And when we are doing the roof design, I'm going to teach you how to go about it, okay, in a very simpler way. All right, so now I'm going to click this, and also click this, and click this over here, and make it okay, not connected. So we're going to connect them to the parapet level. All right, and then we'll make it 500. Okay, so let's check if there's any notable part of the building that we want to be visible. All right, so I think we stop here. So the building is going to come out. You know why I'm doing like this, right? The cantilever over here, this is the most beautiful part. That's why I picked this place. We're having a perfect square here, and the cantilever is going to bring this particular one out. Okay, doing this is just like we're doing this. All right, so we don't want multiple stuff. Okay, another part that is going to come out again is this part. All right, so this part is going to actually bring our building out, so we can actually try doing this part. I think all the walls, okay, all the walls here are actually not connected to the parapet level. So I can click, select all the walls visible in view. Okay, so I'm just going to try as much as possible to connect them. So we have the first floor level, and then for the top constraint we have the parapet level. So let me see what will happen, because I believe there will be some anomaly, but let me just see it and see. Wow, let me see what will happen. Wow, 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 a lot of stuff. Okay, so let's just leave it like that, but I'm just going to see not connected 3.6. Okay, so it's cool. All right, so I'm going to adjust this also. SL, select this point. All right. Select this point. Okay, so I'm going to pick all of these and place them parapet level. All right, so okay, all right, so now I'm going to make this offset of 500. Okay, so I think that should be all. If it's too much, it's going to look bad. All right, so this is perfect. So we can now place our parapet. So I'm going to save this right now. Okay, so I would love us to adjust something. I think we forgot about it. All right, so I'm going to select the whole of this wall. Don't select the beam. All right, just the whole of this wall. Okay, we have a lot of walls here, so I'm going to filter them, pick only the wall, and then click OK. All right, so I'm going to pick only the wall and click OK. I think we've not placed our door for the first floor, so we are still going to place that. So I'm just going to insert only the parapet level for the top level, and let me see the effect. Okay, so we are cool. So any wall that we select now is actually going to be top level parapet. So you see it perfect. So now let's go back to our first floor. I think we forgot something there. The doors for all the spaces, we did not place them. All right, so let's quickly do that. So we have 1 2 by 1 2. Where is this going to be? Okay, so we have this door here and also this door here. All right, we are going to change these doors. Okay, the one that is going to be outside for the facade, we are going to change them. All right, it's just an indication that there's something there. Okay, so now for this I will go back to my as for the door for the living room. Okay, so we have a living room here. I'll place one over here, and then we have another here. Okay, so we have another living room here. We have one over here. All right, and then we have one over here, and then we have another one here. Okay, so for the utility room we have one here. All right, so now we have for the exit towards the balcony, this one exit to balcony, something is going to go off. Okay, all right, fine. Exit to balcony, I'm just going to go this direction, but it's going to be covering the window, so I'm just going to adjust the window towards that point. Okay, so we have the door. I'm going to be opening this one towards the room. All right, so perfect. So both of these two are going to be using the balcony. All right, so we have this one here. This quite okay. So I'm just going to adjust this window also towards the edge. All right, so that's it. So A door. Okay, okay, okay. All right, so now I think we are done with that particular door type. Let's pick the one for toilet and the stores. So we have a toilet here. We're going to place one there. All right, we have another toilet here. We are going to place one there. Oh no, this is not acceptable. Okay, this is not acceptable. Having the toilet door and the window at one corner is not actually something cool. Okay, it's not cool at all. So how do we correct this? Okay, no problem. I think thank God we came back here because uh it's a good thing we came back. So I'm just going to have a little recession over here. So let's remove this. So take it off. So I'm just going to have a little recession over here. All right. So thank God for recessions because if not, we will not be able to do this. Okay. So I'm going to just insert my recession and then I'm going to have that. So this is going to give me 1 meter and this is going to give me that. So now I'm just going to check something. Total width 3.9. Then for this, okay, so it's good, it's good, it's good, it's good, it's good, it's good. But I would love us to still adjust it a bit. Okay, so I love us to adjust it a bit because I think that one is way beyond the list. So I would love us to use the list so that we'll maximize the space we are having because we're actually managing everything we have here. Okay, so 1 meter. So I'm going to put a door here. All right, so this is supposed to be a room door. Okay, so I'm going to put a room door there and then my toilet can easily come in. Wow. Yep. Wow, 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 wow. It's still going to give some issue. I didn't even see that. But no problem. I think there's no need even doing that. I didn't even see that coming at all. Okay. Having a window and a door is not proper. It's not proper. Hmm. Okay, I think somebody is thinking what I'm thinking. Okay, so I'm just going to split this point and open this up. All right, so I'm going to trim and extend. Okay, so I think this is the perfect option. All right, so I think this is the perfect option. Okay, so here we go. I think somebody was thinking it while watching. So yeah, so we've gotten that. Perfect. Okay, so these are your plan work. Okay, these are plan work. All right, you have to rack your head at every point to get something suitable. Everything is possible. All right, everything is possible. So now we have this here, and also we are going to have this here, particularly like it ought to be here, but it's looking like way too small. Right, I said it. So let's increase this. Okay, most times it's quite beautiful if your door shouldn't open at that point. It's better for it to open at this point. Okay, so now we have this. I think we've placed the door and we've solved the puzzle that needed to be solved, which caught our attention from the modeling. All right, so now let's head back to our modeling. All right, so here we are. So let's see the wonders of what we've done. Okay, so I'm going to start by placing my parapet at this point. I'm going to place, we have two levels here. We have the level 0 and the level plus 500. Okay, so I'm going to go with the level that has the plus 500 first, the 0 first, and then we can trade the level with the additional 500. Okay, so it's quite easy. Just place. If you can place just one, and then you are good to go. Okay, if you can place just one, you have no issue. Again, you just to continue placing them. All right, so now we have this, and then we have the last one, which finish it up. Okay, so we are also going to place another. All right, so kindly note that you can actually place this parapet in another format. I've told you before, you can use your script tool. It's just like Revit is just a software that gives you every tool that you need. So you have to use different tools at your disposal to create what you want, okay, according to your taste, using different tools available. All right, so one possibility, one thing can be done using different methods. All right, and you still achieve same results, but I think something, okay, you still achieve same results. All right, you achieve same results. Some person might be thinking that something is weird. Yeah, you are correct. We are going to adjust this when we place our roof. Okay, we are going to adjust all of this when we place the roof, but I just want us to have different levels. That is a major reason for all of this. All right, the different levels is the major reason we are doing this. Okay, so now let's place the roof. All right, let's place the roof. There are ways I'm going to go about placing this roof if you want to be very quick. Okay, all right, so now I'm going to go to my parapet level. I'm going to go to my parapet level, and then at this parapet level, what is this? This is a wall. So at this parapet level, we are going to be having, first of all, the roof. All right, so now I'm just going to edit this roof and make it rename. I'm going to be using 10 mm. Okay, so I'm going to edit this to give us 10. All right, and click OK, and then we start drawing the roof. All right, so we are using the parapet level, but you can actually make an offset here for 500 because the parapet height is 500. But let's do it first. Like some of us that actually need to see what I'm trying to explain, we see it before we do it. Okay, at this point, just leave it as a straight line. All right, then we continue. So at this point, we are going to have the roof continue, but there's something here. Okay, let's have the roof continue. Okay, so it's going to continue to this point, but we are going to do some editing. So it's going to continue to this point. Then at this point, we are having a recession. All right, at this point, we are having a recess to this. Okay, so now we close at this point, but let me see something. Okay, All right, so this is it. But okay, this is it. Okay, so I'm just going to adjust this. Okay, this is a very quick way to do it instead of you wasting time drawing your modeling your roof. There's a way you can do it, but that second way is actually more easy. Is actually more accurate, but this will give you same result but faster based on 3D view. And when you are doing your 2D detailing, you can actually come up with your design, your roof design, using your detailing lines. Okay, so it's quite easy like that. You can spend hours trying to model a roof. All right, so let's use this format to achieve same result. Okay, so now I'm just going to offset. So I'm going to use a base offset of 500 to take it to where we need to be. Okay, so here we are. Now you see this point here. This is the only challenging point that we are going to be having. Now let me align this to this. Okay, so let's align this to this face. Okay, so this is the only challenging part we are going to be having, but let's see how we can actually resolve it. If this was to be a straight line, we'll still be having the same pattern here. All right, so that's the point. If it was to be a straight line, we'll still be having the same pattern here. So what I'm going to do is quite easy. I'm going to, okay, at this level, let's go to our parapet level. At this level, the idea here is for us to be having this, okay, this, and then I'm going to adjust this, and I'm going to remove the slope for this. Okay, so that's that. So we are going to be having what we need there. All right, so go back to your 3D view. Let's put for all of them, and then we can go back and edit them. So for this also, we are going to be having what? Same straight line. All right, aligned towards this level, and then we put off the slope for this. Okay, so I'm going to click OK there. And for this, we are still going to be having the same. Okay, at this point now, we are still going to be having the same. Okay, the same. So let's have the same. All right, so the same, align to this point, take this particular, define the slope, put it off, and then put there. All right, so it might look rough, but we're not going to use this for 2D detailing. We are going to draw the roof manually, okay, which is very, very easy. All right, so I'm going to align this. All right, so I'm going to put off this slope. That's alignment. So I'm going to put off my slope here, and then click. All right, so go to your 3D view and let's see the wonders. Now we are having this here. So an offset of 500 multiplied by 2, that's 1000. So you can see. Now, here's where we do all the magic. So see, this place is going to give us some issue. All right, but we are going to increase the height of this particular roof. Perfect. Okay, so you can see it, right? So now for this one, for the rest, we can actually go with 30. But I believe we actually increased this, right? Yeah, we did. So let's maintain the degree for all the roof. That's the reason we were having that there. So let's maintain the degree for all the roof. So same here, I'm going to offset this ones upward. So I'm going to offset this upward 45, and an offset of 1000. That's the base offset. Okay, all right, so now here we have, so you can see this is our roof, and you can see how elegant it is, right? It's so elegant, so elegant. So the next thing we are going to do right now is to start placing all our windows. You can see So without wasting so much time, let's start placing the curtain wall. Okay, let's start placing the curtain wall. Most times I love modeling my curtain wall myself. Okay, I love modeling my curtain wall myself. All right, I love modeling it. So let me teach you guys how to do that. Okay, so you can see that as we are having over here, I just love the way the height is different from others. Like the height of this particular one is different from others. But okay, I'm actually saying something. Before we actually model that, let's quickly do something here, so I will not forget it. It's just now one thing about design is idea will just come, and then you have to execute it on time, so you don't forget it. Okay, so that's how it works. So I'm just going to place this here, but I don't know if, let's see, I don't know if we're having a wall there that is going to affect. All right, so just like this is the way I want it, and it's going to span all the way from this point. Okay, so what I'm having here right now is i'm going to I'm going to have something like this, but it's going to, okay, let's do it like this. Now I'm just going to click this, and it's going to go all the way to the parapet level. It's going to go all the way to the parapet level. All right, so 3D view, and let me see. Okay, all right, so perfect. So now I think this is going to be nice. It's going to be nice. Okay, it's going to be nice. I'm already seeing something there. I will do it so everybody will see it. So we have this, click, and then we are going to mirror. All right, we are going to mirror and place the other one there. All right, so 3D view at this point, let's have something like have something like a slab over here. All right, to cover that point, because I just thought about it, and I know, okay, this part can't just be this empty. We just have to create kind of these things, right? Just make it somehow a bit technical. Okay, so I'm just going to adjust this, let's say 75. All right, I'm actually cool with 75, so I'm going to make this also 75. All right, so now as for this, I'm going to extend this and also make it 75. All right, so for my offset, I'm going to choose parapet level. All right, and click OK. All right, don't attach. So go to my 3D view and let me see what I have there, so you can see it, right? So but for this now, it's not actually aligned the way I want it to be aligned, so I will align it. All right, so this is what I want. Okay, so let's check it out. Okay, so this is actually cool, but something needs to be done about something, right? So what is that? The thickness of this particular floor is actually not given for that particular space, so I'm going to edit it, duplicate, and then I'm going to call it 300 mm. All right, so it's just that from, okay, it's already in use, so we can actually just select it. Okay, it's just that you have to just take note of it. You know why? Right, because this particular, some stuff are just seeing it alone, you will know that, okay, this thing is not actually something that is cool. All right, just seeing it alone, you will know that it's not something cool. So I'm going to make an offset of 300 above that level. Okay, so seeing it alone, you will know that making it thicker is going to be better. All right, it's going to be better. Okay, so that's what we have there. So let's start. We're also going to do more work here, all right, but not now. When it's time for us to be doing our extrusion, that's our normal extrusion from components, we are going to do it. Okay, but for now, let's just leave that part. All right, so now it's time for us to start placing our curtain wall. So we have two types of walls. Okay, we have varieties of wall, not even only two types. One of those type is your curtain wall. Okay, so it's not here, but we can search for it. All right, so these are our curtain wall here. Okay, these are our curtain wall. All right, so we can't do anything on our in our 3D view. So I have to go to my normal ground level to start everything I want to do. All right, so here we are. I'm going to be doing everything all the way to parapet level. All right, so we have this here all the way to parapet level. We have this here all the way to parapet level. Then we have this here all the way to parapet level. And then the last one all the way to parapet level. Okay, so let's just complete it. We have another one here all the way to parapet level. Okay, so now let's go to our 3D view. You're going to see the glasses. There are glasses here already. All right, you can see them. There are glasses here already. All right, so you can see there's a glass here. So what we are going to do right now is we are going to start placing our cutting grid. So these are cutting grid here. All right, cutting grid help to cut it just help you place a grid. It help you place a grid on the glass. All right, when you have the grid on the glass, then you will be able to place your mullion. So there are two steps ahead of us now. We have placing of cutting grid and also placing of our aluminium, your mullion. All right, so now I'm going to start by creating our cutting grid. So I'm just going to start by placing it at the midpoint. You can see that dashed line there, midpoint, and using that I'm going to rotate this. Okay, so I'm going to just place this one here, and then I'm going to try as much as possible to make it equal. All right, so we have this here. Oh, we have, okay, this is not actually perfect. Okay, so let's do it 500, almost a square. So I'm going to go with 500, and then I'm going to copy. Okay, it's just a copy and then you paste. But if you want to get this perfectly, copy and then create multiple. All right, so we start going just like this. You go all the way down to completion. All right, so just go like this. Okay, all right, so there we have it there. Okay, so now for our mullion, I'm just going to try to edit the mullion and make it 50 mm in thickness. Okay, and I'm going to use all grid. So click. All right, so that's that. So this is what we are looking for. Okay, so you can see it here. This is how you form your cutting wall. All right, but I think okay, it's actually good. It's nice. All right, it's nice. It's actually nice. Okay, it's nice. So now let's do the same for this. So it's quite very easy. It's quite very easy. Just the same method, the same method, the same method. So now I'll just make sure that I'm having this view here. So the same cutting grid at this point, and then let's make it better. For this, we are going to use something bigger. All right. So we are having 1 meter. Let me see what it is here. Okay, let's use 700. So we can have something bigger. So I'm going to copy at this point. So remember to click multiple copy. All right. So we are just going to continue like this. All right. So okay, so that's it there. So I'm going to do same for this. Okay, so I'll just go back into my mullion, all, click. Okay, so same for this, cutting grid at this point, cutting grid at this point. All right, so I'm going to place for one and copy to the other one. Okay, so we have this here, we have this here. So cutting grid, so I'm going to just zoom in and I'm going to be using 700 for this also. All right, so 700. Okay, so they can be equal. So I'm just going to copy, make sure your multiple is active. Okay, so now I'm just going to select everything I'm having here. Hold your control key, select everything. Hold your shift key to deselect this. Hold your control key to continue selection. Select all of this, and let's see if we can copy and paste. Okay, I think we can do that. So let's copy, and we're just going to paste it here. Okay, so just go to your mullion, all, click, and then click. Okay, so let's see what it looks like, but it's looking too busy. It's looking too busy actually. But this is not the best time for us to say it's too busy. All right, the best time for us to say it's too busy is when we are doing our rendering. All right, because we are not going to be using this white mullion. White mullion is usually busy on this kind of stuff. We're going to be using black mullion. Okay, so let's do for this. I think this is the last for the cutting grid. All right, so I'll go to my grid and click, and then I'm going to be using, click this part. Okay, so I'm going to drag this to this point, and I'm going to be using 700. All right, so I'm going to copy this. So just to copy and paste. Okay, so that's the last one there. That's the last one there. So I'll just use my mullion to finish it up. So all okay. So cool. So that's it there. So now the next thing to do is for us to start inserting our railings. Okay, let's insert our railings. After our railings, we are going to insert the column. All right, so I know some persons cannot wait for that. Okay, but let's insert our railings, and also then we'll start inserting our columns. Okay, so now before we load in our railings, all right, before we load in railings, let's try to do some stuff over here, because we've not arranged the windows on our elevation. Okay, first of all, we are going to arrange the window using our doors. All right, so we can see that we have one door over there, right? So let's just use this window for example. I'm going to be using 300 first. Let me see the, okay, so I think 300 will go for this. So I'm going to select all window of this similar type, and I'm going to make the seal height 300. Okay, so wow, this is bad. This is not good at all. This is not good at all. So we are going to make the seal height a bit higher because of the height of the building. So I'm going to leave it at 900. Okay, I'm going to leave it at 900. Select everything all again, and I'm going to leave it at 900. Okay, so because of the height of the building, let's leave it like that. So for the toilet windows, we're going to be using 1.5. It's not even close. Okay. Okay, fine. Let's use, for this, let's use 750 and let's see the result. Okay, let's use 600 and let's see the result. All right, I'm going to go with 600 for this, but I'm trying to just be careful, because we have to consider the height of an average person. Okay, so in case they want to open the window. All right, so now for this, I'm going to still leave it as 1.5. So I'll select every single window I'm having in this particular building of that type. So that simply means that we are going to be having, or we have like 1.5 for everything. Okay, so perfect. So that's that for the window. So we'll try as much as possible to align the window that can be aligned. Okay, That's vertically. Let's see. Okay, this one cannot be aligned. Okay, this one's already aligned to this. All right, so I think we are cool. Okay, we are cool. All right, we are cool. So now it's time for us to start placing our railings. All right, so I'm just going to give you guys some tip. You can get your railings from, oh, there's something we need to do. All right, there's something we need to do. We have to open this place up. Okay, you can see this extrusion over here. It's not supposed to be here. All right, so I'm going to teach you guys something. This is where we use the wall, the by face. That's the opening by face. So I'm going to start with this particular face. Okay, so I'm going to start from that face, click and then drag. Okay, and then I'm going to adjust this a bit and click OK. All right, so remove that one, and we're also going to just do the same by face, click, drag, then click this. Okay, so we have this, but this other one we have to be very, very careful so we don't open this part up to this point. Okay, we don't open this part up to this point, but let's see what we have here, because this is where it stops. So I'm just going to align according to this level. Perfect. Okay, I think we are having something wrong here. Okay, I think I know what's wrong. So I'm going to cancel and adjust this a bit, because you can't create opening on that opening. Okay, you can't create opening on another opening. So I'm just going to click OK. I think we are still having the same mistake. But let me see. So this is where the mistake is coming from. All right, so I'm just going to try as much as possible to make sure that we trim and extend this part, and let's see. Okay, because you can't create another opening. Wow. Okay, so this is actually perfect, but now we have to trace it very, very well. We have to trace it very, very well. Okay, so let's pick a line. So picking this line, and I'm going to try this again, and let's see what it's going to give us. Okay, that will not work. So I'm just going to shift it a bit, just little tilting away, and let me see. All right, so that gives us what we are looking for. Okay, so now we are okay with that. So I'm going to give you guys just 3 websites where you can, or you can just check my the videos on this particular channel. You see a video where I elaborated where you can get different kind of families. All right, different kind, like a lot of families. All right, so check them out, and I believe you are not going to regret it, because it's a lot of families, like thousands of families, and you can easily access them, and you can make good use of them, and they are going to elevate your project to another level. All right, so I'm just going to be using a family from one of those websites. So quickly check that out and thank us later. Okay. Okay, so now I'm just going to open where I'm having my railings. All right, so I'm just going to upgrade. So we are going to just hold on for it to open. All right, so this was gotten from, let's wait for it to open before I say what I want to say. Okay, this is actually version 2009 version. So not that the railing is actually 2009 version. It was done using 2009 Revit. You can see from Autodesk Revit 2009. That was where this particular railing was done. All right, not because it was not that it was done in the year 2009. It was done using Revit 2009. It can be in 2024, 2026 even, but it was done using what? Revit 2009 in 2026. That's what it means. All right, so look at this. So this was gotten from one of the websites that I actually discussed in that particular video. The video, you are privileged to have the video on this channel, so you don't have to stress yourself to look for it. Just visit the channel and just start with the video, and then you're going to see it. Top 3 websites that you can get all of these families. All right, so now we have this. You can still get something better over there. All right, you can still get something better over there, but for now I'm just going to be using one of these. Okay, so what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to draw railings first, and then I'm going to just I'm seeing something here. The doors, we are going to change all of them. We are going to change the old doors. All right, one thing about designing is as you are saying, you are taking notes. So we are going to change all the whole doors. So I'm going to come back to it right before we do our rendering. Okay, so now let's quickly do this and let's focus on the column. So now I'm going to visit my ground floor. In my ground floor, I'm going to be having a rail here and a rail here, because we are going to be having a column at this point, a column at this point. So which simply means that we will not have the allowance to place anything at the front. Okay, so I'm just going to place my railing. Where is my railing? Good. So this is it here. I'm going to place one here. I'm going to place one here. I'm going to click OK, and then I'm also going to place one railing over here. Okay, and I'm going to click OK. So now I'm going to go to other views, other parts. So we are going to be having, we don't want a staircase at the laundering part. Okay, so that's why we're going to be putting a railing. Okay, so that there, perfect. So I'm just going to put in only one railing here. All right, that's for the kitchen. Okay, just a railing of 1,300 is okay. All right, so now let's quickly go and do same for the first floor. So I'm going to cover everywhere in the first floor. So for this point, we have a railing here, a railing. Okay, so enter to perform same task. All right, you can hit your enter key to perform previous tasks. So I'm just going to insert railing here, click enter, enter, click OK, and then enter again to perform previous task. So I'm going to just place here and then place at this point. Okay, something is wrong. Something is wrong. Let's go to our 3D view and let me see. Okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. So we are good, we are good, we are good. So now I'll go back to my first floor. I think we already did one there. So let's do same for this particular part. All right, so using my rail line, I'm just depend. Okay, so I'm just going to pick I'm going to pick from this point like this point to this point, and then from this point to this point. Good. All right, so to our 3D view, so I'm going to select everything by view and adjust the height because this is quite awkward. Okay, so I'm going to select everything visible in view, and I'm going to edit to adjust the height I'm having there. So you can see the height. I'm going to change to 750. Okay, so this is better. All right, so I'll go back into my 3D view. All right, I'll just pick one of them, the one I want to use. Let's say we are using this. I'm going to Control C. All right, I'm going to Control C, and then I'll go to my 3D view, and then I'm going to Control V. Okay, I'll just place it somewhere around. All right, so it can be there. Okay, it can be there. So now modify match properties. So I'm going to click this and match with this. All right, we got that there. Match with this. We got that there. Match, match, and I'm going to rotate this to achieve that of this part. So let's rotate to the back. We might see change this later onward, but let's just give this a try. Maybe we can go for something better if this is not giving us our cool result. All right, but I think it's going to come out fine. Okay, so that's for the rendering part. All right, so that's that for this. That's that for this. Okay, I'm seeing something is wrong here. Okay, so let's try it. Let's go to our floor and let's try to edit this floor. All right, so I'm just going to try my best to edit this floor in a better way. Delete or delete this and then click OK, don't match. Go to 3D view and let's see the results. Okay, perfect. So now that is that. So it's time for us to start placing what? The column. All right, but before then, there's something we have to do. And what was that? This one over here, we have to put a drop beam of 300. All right, there's a reason we need to do that. Okay, it will give this place more beauty and more focus. Okay, so now let's go to our ground floor. In our ground floor, I'm just going to draw a wall. All right, but this wall is going to be 300. Sorry, 3.3 meter. That's 3,300. Okay, so I'm just going to draw it at this point, not touching any of this. Just go like this for me, and then go to my 3D view and let me see what I'm having there. Oh, that's a glass wall. I think we forgot, right? So let's just click everything and try to change it. Okay, let me select that also. So I'm just going to change it to my normal wall of 225. 225 wall. Okay. So I'm going to click this point so we can easily just use align to align all of them to their positions. All right. Okay, so we are having that there. So I'm just going to align this edge to this wall. Okay, so you can see that over there. That's that. So as you can see, it actually brought out that particular part very, very well. So let's work on the column before we start doing other stuff preparing for rendering. All right, before we start doing our painting, let's work on the column. Okay, so now we are going to be working on the columns. Okay, we are going to be working on the columns. First of all, let's do the column first and let's see how it will look like. But let me just check something. Okay, okay. All right, so let's quickly do it. So now I'm just going to go to my normal ground level. From that stead, we can start doing our stuff. So I'm just going to draw, but this time it's going to be wall, and I'm going to be using my 225 wall. I'm going to be using my 225 wall. Reset constraint. Why are we having this? The top of the wall. Okay, ground level, just 0. Let's use 0. All right, so we'll go back to our wall. 225 wall, 0, normal ground level, 600. All right, so now what we are going to be having is just kind of, it's just going to be kind of something very complete. Okay, something very, very complete. All right, oh, we should do this on the ground floor. All right, so it's not going to be bad. Okay, let's do it on the ground floor, but I have to examine the thickness of what we are having. Okay, all right, so let me see. All right, so I think let's go all the way up and let's see the result. So for this, I'm just going to take it all the way up to the parapet level. All right, so ground floor, I'm just going to adjust this a bit to 150. Okay, so go back to my 3D view, and then we are having this. So I'm going to take all this all the way up to this level. All right, so I'm just going to start with the one at the back, drag all the way to this level, and let me see what it look like. All right, so now I'm just going to match properties. All right, so this is what I'm having. Okay, and this is the target, this is the plan all the way. Okay, so now I'm just going to do same for the other side. So I'm going to mirror it to this other side. Let me see, I'm going to mirror this, pick the midpoint and mirror to this side. So let's see what it looks like. All right, so this is what we are going to be having here. Okay, so another thing is I would love us to have something kind of a bit all right, so let's do it. Too much talk is going to make us forget that idea, so let's just quickly do it and let's see what it looks like. So I'm just going to edit this, duplicate the wall, and I'm going to make this wall, let's say 150 mm. All right, that's 6 inches wall. Then I'm going to edit this to 150. So I'm going to click OK and OK. So the plan is I'm going to draw a wall all the way through, all right, to this point. Okay, so I'll go back to my 3D view, and then I'm just going to click this wall and drag all the way to this top. All right, so I'll go back to this view, and then I'm going to try to edit the profile. Okay, so I'm going to offset, let's say 450. This is too much. Let's say 300. Okay, so I'm going to offset 300 all round. All right, so I'm going to delete this and then trim, and also trim this. All right, so I'm going to slit this, click to slit, click to slit, and then delete. Okay, so we're going to be having that there, of which you can easily have a light. All right, so you can see, so that's the goal. We're going to be having that there. Okay, the last thing we are going to be doing, um we are going to be doing one last thing, which is quite very important. Okay, so let's quickly do that. Let me do that on the first floor, but the ground floor is going to give us more vacancy for that. So it's just quite simple, just a wall all around. Okay, go in this direction. So I'm going to see from ground floor, parapet level. Okay, so this is what we are having, parapet level. All right, so now I'm just going to edit it one after the other. Okay, so from this point, I'm going to pull this all the way to this point. Let me see what I'm having there. We're having 6.5. So let's make it 6,500 offset from base level. Okay, so that's 6,500 offset from base level. And also this, and this, they're also going to be 6.5. That's 6500. Okay, so now for this point, I'm going to try as much as possible to edit this, but let's align this to this. Align. All right, so I'm going to align this face, but let's quickly. I'm going to align this face, this. Okay. So now I'm just going to do same for this. Okay. So this, I'm going to align this to this. All right. So I think this is the last one. So I'm just going to select one part of this wall and align to this. All right. So that gives us what we are looking for. But you might be thinking the beauty here has actually been interrupted. No, it's time for us to bring it out. Okay, it's time for us to bring it out. We're going to try it. If it doesn't go well, then we'll have to do away with it. Okay, so we'll go up here and to this point and to this point. All right, so we are going to slit this, slit, and delete. Okay, so here we are. All right. Okay, so you might be thinking that we're not having it coming out well, but don't worry, you'll see it when we are done. Okay, so but if it does not come out well, still we can actually try as much as possible to change it to something else. We can change it to something else, but I'm trying my best to see how we can get something more simpler and more beautiful. um okay, let's just give this a try first, just to try. All right, just to try. Let me see, try to edit this a bit. So if this particular column pattern, this particular last one we just played does not work, then we can try something else. Okay, so let me shift this a bit to the edges. Undo. So now I'm going to click this. Okay. All right. So now that's that for the columns. So let's insert the base for the column. That's the column base. So I'll go back to my normal ground level. All right. That's where we are going to insert the base. So I'm just going to go all the way like this. All right. So I'm going to align them directly, align all of them directly, and then go to my 3D view, do some little adjustment. Okay, so I'm just going to lift them up. Do some adjustments, and then I'm going to make it unconnected. Then we are having 1500. Okay, so let me just make it just like that, and let me see the results. Okay, so I think we need to change this to, let's say 1 meter. So 1 meter should work. All right, so let's make that 1 meter. Okay, so let me see what it look like. All right, so 1 meter should work. Okay, so 1 meter should work. So now it's now left for me to mirror this over. Okay, so to our ground level, and then we are going to mirror this to this point. All right, so there we are. Okay. Okay, so we are just going to continue. Right now, I think it's high time for us to start placing um okay, so let's try to place our wall sweep. Okay, let's model some kind of sweep into our model, and let's see how it works. So now we are just going to head straight to our wall sweep. We're going to have that under model in place. For model in place, I'm just going to pick, should I use wall or floor? Let me just pick floor. All right, so I'm just going to model in place using my sweep tool. So I'm going to click sweep. Then I'm going to sketch the path. All right, using my line tool, or I can even just pick my lines. Okay, for the path. Okay, let me use it in line so I can see them properly. All right, so let me see. Let me set my working interface. Uh, okay, no. Um, okay, so now from all indications, I'm just going to ensure that I follow this line all the way down. I'm going to follow this line all the way, but I really want to pick my lines. Okay, I really want to pick my lines carefully. Hold on. I think let me cancel. So let me go back, uh, pick a part or sketch a part, and let me see which of them is going to work best for me. Okay, so I'm just going to pick my part. I think this will work best for me. Okay, so I'm going to pick this part all around. Okay, so I'm going to use my trim and extend to join this to this. All right, so I'm going to do same for this. Okay, so this is the part I'm going to pick. Okay, so I can click OK, and then we go to edit profile. All right, so at this point is where we are going to edit our profile. So I'm going to be using just a little covering. That's the target, nothing else. All right, so that's the target. We're going to be having 225 or 150. Okay, 150, and that's that. And also I'm going to be adjusting this outside by 75. Oh, that's not the intention. So to let's say 300 for everything. Oh, this is way too much. 225, 300. Okay, let's just say 250. All right, so now this is what I'm having here. So let's see what it look like. Okay, so I think this is actually cool. This is cool. So I'm just going to insert the material for this, which is going to be our JSON wordboard. All right, so I'm just going to click OK. That's it over there. So uh, is it only this we are going to be doing this for? No, we are going to be doing it for more of them. Okay, we are going to be doing this for more of them. Okay, so I'm just going to go back to create and go back to sweep. I'm also going to pick part. All right, so this is my new part. So I'm going to pick this new part to create the next stuff that we want to create. So I'm just going to trim, and that's that. So you can see what I'm doing right now is the same way you can do your roof by sweep. So this is sweep, okay? So the same way you can do your roof by sweep. Let me see something. Okay, perfect. So now you can see that we are having this over here. So the intention is just for us to um, the intentions is quite simple. All right, it's quite simple. So I'm going to be using this place. All right, I'm going to be using this place. So I'm going to click OK and then edit my profile. So editing my profile, I'm going to use my rectangle tool. So I'm there already. So now I'm just going to be using that's extrusion of 75. Okay, then we are going to come out by 250. All right, so that's where I click OK and then we're good. All right, so you can see it, right? So we're good, we're good, we're good, we're good, we're good. So I'm just going to click and pick GSOM board, and that's that. So we are still going to do same for this particular one here. All right, so that's why I go to create sweep, and I'm going to pick part. So I'll pick this point, but I think we'll be having an error here. Okay, we'll be having an error here, so I don't want this point to be my part. So I'm going to pick this, and I'll pick this. Okay, then with a straight line, I'm just going to join them together. All right, with kind of a straight line, but I don't even have reference line. Nope, just my straight line. Place a reference line. Nope, just this. Okay. All right. So let's see. Here, it's not going to actually work that way. We have to connect both together. We have to really connect both together, but I'm trying to look for the most possible way to do that, but it's not going to be possible. We have to do them separately. So I'm going to take this out first and work on this first. All right, so you see this one we are having over here. You can click OK, and then we are going to start editing the profile. Start editing the profile. So I'm going to go this way. Let me rotate. All right, so I'm going to go like this. Okay, so right now we're going to be having 75, and here we'll be having 250. Okay, and that's that. So we can actually, okay, so we've gotten what we want over there, right? So let's see if we can even copy if possible, but if not, we can just, but copying is going to give us a lot of work. Okay, it's going to give us a whole lot of work. So we can just create sweep, but hold on, I think okay, no problem. Create sweep and pick a line. So I'm going to pick this one, click OK, edit profile. All right, so I'm just going to rotate. At this point, we have this, okay, and then we have 75. All right, so we have 250. So click OK. All right, so I'm just going to click these two and edit the material type gypsum. Click OK. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. So I'm just going to click that and then we are good to go. Okay. All right, so we are good to go. All right, so now the last one I'm going to do will be on this wall. So I'm just going to create a model and go back to my floor, and that will be floor 2. Okay, we don't have to stress ourselves. Just click one of them and then try to edit it. All right, so it will be a group for you. So put your extrusion set. This time I'm using extrusion. Okay, so I'm going to pick a plane. I'm going to be using this particular plane here. All right, so let's quickly do what I want to do. So on this plane, we have a straight line. Okay, and then I just want us to have something like this. Then we are going to pick this and also something like this. Okay, all right, might be wondering what I am doing. It's just an additional stuff. Okay, so let's see how it will come out for this particular structure. Okay, that's too thick. Let's go with 50. All right, so let's just see the outcome for this building. Okay, but this can actually have a different material. All right, it can have a different material, so I'm just going to name it something else. So I'm going to try to, all right, so I'm going to delete this. All right, so trim and extend, trim and extend, slit at this point, trim, trim. Okay, so I'm going to slit this. All right, and also slit this. Okay, so also I'm going to slit this. All right, so we trim and extend, trim. Okay, so let's trim this, but let's slit this, trim. All right, so we are going to trim this also. Okay, so let's just see the outcome and let's see if it will be cool for this. Okay, so I'm just going to edit this. I'm just going to name it as okay, let me name it as rename, so extrusion. Okay, so I can actually call it wall extrusion, so we don't have an issue with that. So just make it wall extrusion. Appearance, I'm just going to use concrete view for now. All right, so we can change that later. Okay, so apply, and then that's that. Okay, so we can, as time goes on, we can change that. But for now, oh no, we not adjust the thickness, looking like something is actually bad. So we're going to be using 10 mm, very small. Okay, the essence is not the thickness, the essence is just the mark. Okay, I think 5 mm we do. All right. Okay, so now we are going to be having, for the base of the column, we are going to be using kind of a wall crepe. Okay, so I'm going to create that on my wall profile. So let's use, sorry, I'm going to create that under my family. Okay, so now I'm just going to go back into my English, go to my metric profile, open. All right, so align, and then I'm going to be having okay, let's say okay, let's use something very mature. Let's create this one for future purpose in case you want to use it, but I think we have a better option for that column. All right, let's not use the one that I'm planning to use. I think there's a better option, but let's create this scrap. All right, let's create it. So we have 100, and then we have 50. Okay, just for future purpose, 50. All right, then from this point to this point, at the midpoint, we'll go. Then create. We're having this and this. Okay, so I'm going to delete this. So I'm going to save it as all right. So I'm just going to load them into my project. Okay, so go back into my 3D view. The plan I have for this place is quite simple. Go to your natural ground level, and then we are just going to use a normal slab of 75 mm. So we're going to duplicate this and name it as what? 75 mm. So we are going to edit this, make it 75 mm, and click OK. OK, and then we are going to draw. All right, let me make an offset of 2 meters above the normal ground level so that we can be easy for us. All right, so let's do it this way. So I'm going to make an offset, let's say an offset of 75 mm. All right, so I'm just going to do this. Good. So that's that. Okay, so we can actually just quickly do same for this other one, the same offset of 75 mm. Okay, so I'm just going to do same for this, then we are good to go. All right, so go back to your 3D view. Okay, so you can see, so it's easy for us to align. All right, so we are going to align and paste. Okay, so we are also going to align this and paste. All right, so that's that. But it looks as though the thickness is going to be quite, let's undo. Something thick is going to be better. Yeah, but let's just see if that is same for this case. All right, so I'm going to make it 150, and let's see the result. Apply. Okay, 150 is better, so we're just going to rename it 150 mm. Already in use. Wow. Okay, let's give it 150 mm2. Rename 150 mm2. Okay, so that's that for that. So we are still going to align this. So we are also going to align this. All right, so that's that. Now we are done with our modeling. What is left right now is the ceilings. The ceilings are going to be placed when we are doing our lightning. All right. Right now we are going to just indicate where we are going to be having grasses, which are quite very important. Okay, so at this point, I'm just going to indicate with a floor. All right, so just a little floor higher than normal. Okay, so I'm just going to edit. Let me say duplicate. It's kind of a 10 mm floor. All right, a 10 mm floor. Okay, that we are going to work on when doing our rendering. 10 mm floor. Okay, okay. So now at this point, I'm just going to use 10 mm for the offset, and I'm going to just draw. Let me use from this point to this point. All right, so we are having that there. A floor, we're going to be having another floor over here. We have that there. Okay, we have this floor and also this floor. Okay, so here we are. So I'm going to go back to my manage and then material. I'm going to search for grass. Okay, so for the grass, this is my grass here. So I'm just going to click OK. All right, for this material, we can actually use the grass material. So I'm going to edit materials. I'm going to pick grass, and that's OK. OK, apply, OK. All right, so indicating that that's our green area for the building. All right, that's our green area for the building. So now it's now time for us to start painting. But before we paint, I would love us to even place our ceilings. Okay, so I can actually do that and know that okay, we are done with the ceiling part. All right, I also love us to have a little drop down here for the beam. So go back into our ground floor. All right, so at this point we'll just have a little drop down. Let's say a beam of 225. Okay, so let's do our drop down of 300. Sorry, yeah, drop down of 300, but having an okay 3300. So we are going to go like this all the way to this point. So 3D view. All right, so that's for the drop down. So now it's time for us. Let's try to place our ceiling. Okay, let's try to place our ceiling. We're going to be having a ceiling here, a ceiling here. 1, 2. All right, so let me start from the ground floor. I'm going to do that of the entering porches first. All right, because that's the most important part. That's the most important part. Okay, so now I'll go into my ceiling. This is my ceiling here. You can choose sketch ceiling. All right, you can choose sketch ceiling, and then let me use peak line. So you see this over here, this, okay, and this are my focus. All right. So this is going to give me, let me see. No, this will not give me. Let me go to my 3D view and let me see if we can pick lines over here. So this, all right, this and this. Okay, so go back into our ground floor. So this is the shape of what we have up there. So I'm going to close it like this and then trim and extend this, and then we have this. So go back to your 3D view. We are done with that particular ceiling. So I'm just going to align, okay, to just cover that face. Right, cover that face. Perfect. So now we are going to cover this face. All right, we're going to cover this face, but I'm trying to look for, okay, so we're having it here. Look at it here. So I'll pick them just as usual. So I'll go to my ceiling, sketch. I'm going to pick, okay, let me just pick faces. I'm going to pick this face, all right, and also pick this face, okay. Let me search. Okay, I think that should be all. Let me just see something. All right, that should be all for this face. Okay, and this wall here going all the way up. So I'll pick this. All right, so I'm going to pick this edge. So with my trim and extend, uh, we can get what we are looking for. All right. So remember, we're not doing it for this particular ground floor. We are doing it for the parapet level. So I'll go to my 3D view and then look at it here. So I'm going to select this part here, align, no, align, all right, align, okay. So that's what we are having there. All right, so the next one will be, I think we are still having one over here, right? So let's go to our first floor. So this is it. So I'm just going to cover that up. Okay. So I'm going to trim, extend, click OK, and we are good to go. All right. So let's do for this part. Okay, let's do for this part. I'll go back here and my ceiling, we have this here. Click OK. I'm just going to adjust all of them. This one and this one, they're not in the same height. That's why I'm going to be using, try to do something different. All right. Okay. So I'm going to align this. Okay. So let's do same for the first floor. All right. So for my first floor, I have my balconies to cover. So go to my ceiling, sketch. I'm going to sketch from this end, okay, all the way closing at this point. All right. So we have same here, closing at this point, and we have this here, closing at this point. So where do we have anyone again? I think that should be all. So we click OK, go to our 3D view, and then it's just left for us to align the faces. All right, so I'm just going to align these faces. Click, click. Okay, so that's that. All right, so you can see that we've achieved this already. So it's time for us to start inserting our paint. But let's just give this a little style by inserting our roof quickly. So I'm just going to create my roof material. All right, because we don't have that. So I'm going to create one. Name it my roofing sheet. Okay, roofing sheet, appearance. Let me use one roof here. Okay, so roofing. I'm going to use this roof. Click, apply. Okay, okay, okay. All right, so we are not going to be using this roof directly. We are not using this roof directly, okay? We are going to adjust it later when we are doing our rendering. All right, so it's time for us to start painting. Okay, so kudos, we've gotten this far. Well done to everyone who has been following. I believe we are learning a lot. All right, so that's that. There's something we need to change. All right, I don't want us to do that. Let's just edit it now. That was the cloud white. So let's change this cloud white to something different. I'm just going to locate my cloud white and change the appearance. Okay, so kind of a dark appearance that we don't forget. I'm going to be using kind of a concrete view but dark. Okay, so okay, so it's going to apply this for all the windows, so that's why it's loading like this. So we're going to click OK, and that's that for the whole window. So these are windows. So having that dark view give us something proper, right? So same for the mullions. So I can actually edit the mullions also. So edit aluminium. So I can change everything concerning the aluminium to clad white. Let's use clad, and let's see the effect. Apply. Here, so you can see that's that. All right, so it's not too obvious anymore, right? But I think the white brought it out in the model. Okay, but let's see what we are going to get from the rendering. All right, so kudos. We are just going to start painting right away. So we are going to start doing our painting. Okay, we are going to start doing our painting. All right, so now for us to do that, we are going to start it all the way from so first of all, let's create our staircase. Okay, so I'll go back to my normal ground level, and from my normal ground level, my staircase, All right, so it's going to be spanning from normal ground level to the ground floor level, which is 600, and it's going to be 150, 250. Okay, so spanning all the way up to this point, and let's take adjusting it to this point and to this point. Okay, so I'm going to click OK, and then I'm going to delete this and delete this, and change this to precast staircase, right? And then align this to this. So let's see the 3D view. Okay, so that's that. I'm going to do same for this kitchen area here. So go back to your normal ground level. All right, go back to your normal ground level and kindly do the same for this. So we are having top level, ground floor, yeah. So I'm just going to take it to this point, and then I'm just going to drag and try to extend it. All right, so I'll change it to mono to precast. Just align. The reason for precast is just to make it like a normal concrete. So now there we go. Okay, so we are going to be having kind of 4 different material used on this building. All right, we are going to be having 4 different material used in this building. All right, so let's just start creating them quickly. Let's start creating them quickly. We are going to be having white paint. We are going to be having gray paint. We are going to be having kind of a wooden texture. We're going to be having 2 brick texture. Okay, so let's quickly do that. Now I'll go into my manage. Under manage, remember that the color we are going to place now is not the major color we are going to be having. Okay, it's not the major color we are going to be having. It's just an indication that a paint, a different, this is the kind of paint or a different paint will be here. All right, and then from Vray we will do all our adjustments. Okay, so now for this particular one, we are going to be having, let's say, okay, paint white. Like putting same alphabet, so M paint white. All right, so I'll go into my appearance, and then my wall paint, and I will click this and click apply. Okay, so I'm going to create another material. The other one will be a gray material. Rename M paint gray. Okay, so I'm going to pick a gray material, kind of a gray material. So I'm going to be using this light gray. Apply. Okay, so we create another material. Create. Then we have rename. We have M dot wood material. Okay, let's create a dark gray material, or let's say a dark gray material. Okay, dark gray paint. Right, so I'm not willing to use a dark gray, but okay, Okay, let me just change this to a chestnut material. All right, and click apply, and we can easily rename. Okay, we're even going to change this later. All right, so there's no even need, it's just the name. Just note the name, or we can just say M chestnut paint. All right, so we are going to create another material, and that material is going to be M dot brick one. So appearance of my brick one. So appearance of my brick one. So for my, let me look for something suitable for brick one. So we're going to go with this, apply. Okay, so create new, rename M dot brick two. All right, let me go with this and click apply. All right, so we are done. So it's time for us to start applying. Okay, we are here to create one, which is I'll create one wall siding. Okay, so I'm going to just rename M dot wall siding. Okay, we still have our wood to create. So M dot wall siding, I'm going to be using for the siding. I'm going to be using something brighter. So I'm going to click apply for this. Okay. So then we have rename M dot wood texture. Okay, so for my wood texture, I'm going to be having for wood, I'm going to be having something calm. That's red color. Okay, let's have this. I'm sure I need to have this. Okay, so I'm just going to click apply. Remember, this is not our major color. It's just us placing what would work at the moment. Okay, before we do changes when using our Vray. All right, so now I'm just going to paint. So paint quickly. I'm going to start with the wall siding. All right, for my wall siding, what is this? This line here. So I'm going to just Okay, I'm going to change this to another type. But for the siding, I'm going to be using another siding because I think we're having uh, kind of an error there. Let me use this one. Just click apply and let me see the results. Okay. So we are going to continue this into our work. And then we're having that completed. So the next one will be, where are we going to place our wood? All right, that will be the next question. Okay. Most times you don't have to place your wood everywhere in your building. All right, so we can place this over here, just there. Okay, just there, and kind of a few places, but notable places. Okay, we can have a wood here. All right, I think that should be all for wood. Okay, and for my paint white, I don't want to put our paint white first. I just want to pick some part out, and then so then when we are done placing those major parts, we can start doing that of the paint white. Okay, so I'm just going to complete my siding over here. And then for the gray, we're going to be having a gray paint here. Is that a gray? All right, just make sure it's a gray paint you are placing. We're going to be having a gray paint here. All right, so that's a gray paint. We're going to be having a gray paint here. Okay. So as for my chestnut, we're just going to pick one part of the building and use the chestnut. All right, so I'm going to pick this part to use my chestnut, but this is not the major color. Okay, it's just for us to detect, but this color is not going to go for this particular building. All right, so we have our gray inside and chestnut. Okay, the chestnut is not going to go for the building. Okay, from observation. So we have this here, and we are going to end it here. We are going to end it here. For the paint white is going to go all the way like this. Okay. So all right, so I'm just going to complete this part. Also for this, and then for this, okay, then we'll be having our chestnut, right? So chestnut for this, okay, and then chestnut over here. Obviously, we are going to change this, right? That's not going to be colored there, but let's just indicate that we're having a different color texture. So, so white, and then I think we are done. So at this point, okay, we are going to decide what we are going to be having here. So I'm going to be using gray all through the rest, right? I'm going to be using gray all through. All right, so here comes our bricks, right? Here comes our bricks. So I'm going to be having this particular brick going like this all the way. All right, so okay, so we are going to be having this. This is not our result. This is just an indication. All right, we've not even started rendering yet. This is just what? An indication. Okay. All right, so now here we are. So I'm going to be using gray or even white. Let's go with our paint white for this top. For this top. Okay, so I'm going to be applying same for this. All right, so we'll now be having our gray paint for this inner one. Okay. All right, so perfect. Okay, so now we are good to go. It's time for us to start applying other materials. All right. So we are also going to create one material, which is our interlock. Okay. So my interlocking ties. So for my appearance, oh, something is wrong there. Rename. Okay, interlocking ties. Then for my appearance, for my interlocking ties, I'm going to be using. Then for my appearance for interlocking ties, I'm going to be using. Let's go to masonry. I'm going to be using a gray. Ehrenberg. I think we have Ehrenberg here. So let me go with one of the Ehrenbergs. So Ehrenbones. Okay. So I'm going to apply and click OK. All right. So here we go. Left for us to paint using the interlock and put it here. Okay. So now we are going to have a normal plain ground. We are going to have what? A normal plain ground. All right, a normal plain ground, leaving our main land open. Okay, and it's going to be 50 mm minus 50 mm below the normal level. All right, so I think is this supposed to be a grass level? Let me try to change this to another floor. Okay, so now for this, I think we are done, right? So it's time for us to start applying the major materials. I think for this, we have wall extrusion here, right? And we have, okay. So let's apply other materials to this, all right? So this is where I put on my Vray, okay? So this is my Vray, I'm going to enable it. All right, so now our Vray is open. Okay, so first of all, we are going to start by placing our vegetations all around. All right, all around the building and also the environs for rendering. Okay, but first of all, I'm just going to place kind of a boundary wall. Okay, I'm going to place kind of a boundary wall, but I think something is wrong. Let's see. So you have connected to the ground floor, put this point at 0, 0, then connected to the, let's say, okay, unconnected, leaving unconnected at, let's say, just something small, just indicate that it's a boundary there. All right, so I'm going to take this off. Wait. Okay, so just a little indication that it's a boundary there. Okay, so now the next thing we are going to do is, okay, we have, so let's go back to our V-Ray, and under our V-Ray we have what we call Chaos Cosmos. Okay, so we are going to open up Chaos Cosmos, and that's where we are going to be doing all our importing of the families that we're going to be using. All right, all right. So you must ensure that your Chaos Cosmos is actually connected. If yours is connected, you are going to see this here. But if not, you are going to see something like a cloud in this place. All right, so ensure that it's connected before you start using. Okay, so I'm going to go to my vegetation. I already have a lot of materials downloaded already. So if you don't have any, you can actually do your download all by yourself. Okay, so I'm going to making use of both the long. Okay, so let's load in these. So we have this material. So sorry, we have this family. So for this family, I'm going to go to my normal ground level. Okay, normal ground level component, and then I'm going to place it around this point and also this point. Okay, so we are going to go back into our Chaos Cosmos, and then we are going to load in and then we are going to load in a planter. All right, just one for now. Okay, so for my planter, I'm going to be having few around this point. Then I'll look for a shrub. Let's load this in. All right, so for the shrub, I'm going to be placing a shrub here and also one here. All right, same for this one here and also one here. Okay, so for this shrub, we are also going to be having one here, one here, one here, one here. Okay, I think shrub will be the best option. No, not the best option. So we can load in, where is that little grass? Okay, we can load in this. All right, I think it might obstruct a little, but let's just place it here. Escape, place it here. Okay, so we just have one here. All right, so we're also going to be having one here and also one here. Okay, so the last one we're going to place is going to be let's place kind of a tall a tall tree. Okay, so now I'm going to look for a particular one. This. Okay, so for this we're going to be having two behind, or let's say three. Let's say three. Yeah. All right, so let's place some few trees here. Okay, so under my component, I'm going to pick a different Cosmos tree. All right. So I think that's that for our vegetation, but it will be quite nice if we have one flower pot here and another one here. Okay, so let's go to our first floor, our ground floor. For our ground floor, we're going to place in a flower pot here. So let me look for one that will be suitable. Okay. So I'm just going to look for one that will be suitable. Very suitable. Most times I think this is going to work best because of the white leaves. Let's load that in. Okay, so there we go. We are going to have this here, right? And we're going to pick another one, which is this. So we are going to be having this on the first floor. So let's have this one here. All right, so that's that. I would love it to go all the way around a bit. Okay. right, so that's that. Let me see what it looks like over there. Okay, so I think we are good to go. The next thing we are going to do is we are going to try as much as possible to quickly start rendering. All right, let's start rendering, but we have to change a lot of stuff over here. We have to change a whole lot of stuffs, a whole lot of stuffs. So now there's what we call trying to create an environment. Okay, let's just try to create a little environment before we do start before we start our final rendering. Okay, so let's try to create a little environment. Then we are going to change the doors, some of the doors, before we do our final rendering. All right, so let's do some changes. I'm going to go to my normal ground level. Okay, so let's save our project. So from this point, I'm going to go to my kiosk Cosmos, and then I'm just going to load in some few trees. All right, load in some few trees. Let's load in this. So I'm just going to place it on one side. Go load another one. Okay, so we have another one. So we have one here. Okay, so I think this four we just do for now. So we are going to do what we call scene population. All right. So I'm just going to copy this and just paste all around. So I'm going to copy, click multiple. So I'm going to paste this all around. Okay, that's what we call scene population. All right, so now the next thing I'm going to do is go back to my 3D view. I'm going to start using my camera to get different angles. All right, start using my camera to get different angles. But the trees are way big, but it's fine. Okay, so I'm just going to use hidden line. All right, so I can have a better workflow. So now, um, okay, let's take some views. All right, so I'm going to go to my normal ground level and I'm going to take some views. So camera, this will be our first view. All right, so as for the roof, we are going to increase it for this, for the views. Okay, let's make it 60 so we can have a bigger roof opening, not cutting anything. Let's just cancel that. All right, so we can just leave it like that. Okay, so this is one view. Go to normal ground level and let's take another view from another angle. All right, so another view from another angle, from this angle. So we're going to hide this. Okay, so that's this another view, and let's take another view from the other hand. All right, we're only going to be working on one for this particular tutorial. Okay, all right, so cool. Um, let's take another view from the back, from behind. Okay, so let's try to adjust this view. I'm going to be using, for this view, I'm going to be using 750 for the eye level and target level 750. So I can adjust it a bit. Okay, so now that's 4 views. Okay, so I'm going to take another view from this angle. Okay, so let's try to adjust this. We're having down 50. Now we can have straight edges. Don't make this equal, you're not going to have straight edges. Okay, so there we go. Okay, so we're going to take the last shot, and this last shot is going to come all the way from this angle. Okay, so that gives us 6 shots. So now starting from view 1, we are going to start adjusting them to the kind of elevation that we want. So I'm going to go with 750 for both, so I can have straight edges. All right, so just to make it more elegant, okay, your elevation has to be what your rendering is all about. All right, to make it more elegant, I'm going to be using 750 for the eye level and target elevation 750. Okay, so I'm going to do this all around since 750 is going to work in a very beautiful way for all of them. So 750. Okay, and we have this here. We already have this at 750. For this, we already have it at 750. Then for this, we are going to have this also, but this is looking beautiful like this, but let's make it more elegant. 750. Okay, so that's that. So it's time for us to start pick a particular one that we're going to be working on for this particular tutorial. All right, so I'm going to be picking this one. Okay, I'm going to be picking this one for us to work on. Okay, so since this is what I'm picking, we have to start inserting other stuff like our lightning. All right, so let's quickly insert our lightning both for every single part. Okay, like every single part, let's insert the lighting for every single part. You have to think about your lightning also. You don't just start placing lightning. So let's go to our 3D view. So okay, let's try to have, sometimes chandelier are quite okay. Let me see. Okay, let's start from this point. So let's go to our Chaos Cosmos. From Chaos Cosmos, let's use a lightning feature. So I'll go to lightning, and then I'm going to pick, for instance, this is lightning. Okay, you can download more pendants. All right, I'm going to be using pendants. You can download more. For this, I'm going to be using this for the up part. Okay, I'm going to be using this for the up part, but most times, all right, so let's have this here. Okay, so why for this part, I think the best option, this and this, do they correlate? This and this. This one will go mostly for interiors or your outdoor seating. So let's use this. Even this self will also go for outdoor seating. What do we use? Okay, let's use one of these. These two we go for kitchen. That's okay. This or this. Um, okay, let's use one of these. All right. Let me use this. Okay. So I'm just going to be placing one of these over at this point. But it's too long. Okay, we can adjust that. One of these over at this point. So we can easily adjust that. So I'm going to click this and make a little adjustment of, let's say, 3500, and let me see the results. Okay. All right, I think this is better. Okay. So now at this point, we are going to be having another drop light. That's a pendant, right? Let's put a tail pendant here. Okay, so I'm going to pick this. Okay, so I'm going to pick this where, oh, okay, I'm placing this here. So I'm going to pick, it's looking like this in particular, we need a lot, but it's not going to, let's pick this, but this is, all right, so I'm going to place this over here. Okay, so the next one on our list will be the placement of this. Let's open this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open the floors. So I'm going to, first of all, I'm going to open the ground floor. For the ground floor, let me even see where we are having most of, for this ground floor, we'll be having, go to your fifth view or fourth view, sorry. So for this, I'm going to pick these two, and I'm going to reduce the elevation to 500, 2943, right? So I'm going to make it 500, and I'll go back into my ground floor. So at this juncture, we are going to be placing, for the component. Let's have it here. So I'm going to be using my wireframe so I can see them properly. All right. So I'm going to just place them just like this. Okay. Then I'm going to copy and put at this point. So we're also going to be having a few number here. So I'll just, okay. I think this one is too much. All right. So that's that. I can go back quickly into this, the fourth view. Okay. So I'm pick this 2943. Remember, 2943. Okay. So that's that there. So we are going to do same for this one for the first floor. So I'm going to change this to 500. So we are still having 2943. So for the first floor, go back into my component, and we are having this here. So I'm going to be using wireframe so we can see what we are doing. Okay. So copy this to this point and to this point. All right. I think most times wireframe can be so confusing. Okay, but we have to just manage it so we can see what we are doing. So we have one here, we have one here, and we have the last one here. All right. So for this point, we are going to be having one. Okay. So we are just going to copy this to this point. All right. So we are good to go. So I'm going to convert this back to hidden line, and then we have our 3D view. Okay. So right now we are good to go. The next thing we are going to do is to start placing our normal material. All right, to start placing our normal material. So this is where we are going to open our asset editor, but we are going to place one last thing. Let me teach you something. Now for this floor over here, we are going to be having kind of grasses. All right, and also for these floors. Okay, so I'm going to be using grass for this floor for a reason. All right, so I'm going to open up this part, and I'll go to my vegetation. I'm going to be using one of the shrub and bushes. Let me see. Okay, it's not this. I think it should be this. All right, so I'm going to be using one of these to actually get what I want. So I'll load this in. All right. So I'm going to put this one here. Okay, so now the next thing I'm going to do is we are going to try to create a scatter under our asset editor. So for this, we are going to come to this place, create a scatter. All right. Then for the scatter, we are going to edit the scatter. So I'm going to increase the seeds, just make it equal, and add the Vray material we are going to scatter, which is this one over here. So once we click it, just click finish over here, and then we are good. All right, so this is the Vray material I've selected for the scattering. So we are going to exit this, copy, then go back into our appearance manager. All right, so I'm going to go back into families. Under families, you have your scatter over here. All right, then click add where you want to spread that material over. This particular grass, I'm going to spread it all over this particular floor, and also the floors over here. This floor, okay, this floor, and let me see. Remember, it's a grass material. This floor. So I think we have one over here. Okay, selected. So I'm just going to click finish after selecting, and then we have all of them here. All right, so for all of them, I'm going to use scatter that I created. Okay, you can name it as grass, all right, but let's leave it like that. So perfect. So we are good to go for this. So now we are going to head back into our appearance manager, and that's where we are going to do the magic on all the painting that we are having on this building. All right, so let's quickly do that. All right, let's quickly do that. So we have for this, we have to load in something first, and what's that? Our HDRI image. Okay, sorry, HDRI environment. So we are going to load this in. Which of them are we going to be using? You can actually download this from Chaos Cosmos. All right, that's Chaos Cosmos. So I'm going to be using something cool. So I'm going to pick this. Okay, so I'm going to pick this. Just hold on. I think it should be in now. Once it's in, okay, yeah, converted to dome. So it's called your dome light. All right. So once it's in, your Vray sun that was showing here before is going to automatically convert to your dome. Okay. So now let's start editing the painting using our Vray materials. All right, so let's open our appearance manager, and then we are having the project. So I'm going to drop this down. All right, so on one side we have the appearance manager. On the other side, we are going to have our asset editor. Okay, so we are going to just expand this, and then we have all our families over here, all our materials over here. All right, so now it's time for us to start inserting. So I'm just going to scan through everything we are having here and make sure I place material where material should be. All right, so let's quickly do our scanning. Okay, so I'm going gently, I'm scanning. I can just go straight all the way to where I have all my materials because I actually named them with M at the beginning, so it should be where we are having M. All right, but you see this glass, we have to ensure that we actually put some stuff over there for it. So I'm going to be using glass coated. All right, so at this point we're also going to be using glass coated. At this point we're also going to be using glass coated. Okay, that's grass. Okay, so we are still going. We have our gypsum wall board. Let me see if I can change this to something very beautiful. More plastic paint. Okay, so we'll leave it like that. We are just going to continue. Then we have our M brick 1. Look at everything here. Right, for the M brick 1, we're going to be using that's the dominant brick. Okay, that's the dominant brick. So we are going to be using let's go to our bricks. think this brick is not going to give us. Let's check our stones. Okay, let's go with marble stone for brick 1. All right, then for the brick 2, let's go with this or this for brick 2. Okay, so we are going to keep going for the chestnuts. I think for our chestnut, we have interlocking tiles. Remember our chestnut, right? For the chestnut, we are going to go with okay, let me just open our painting. I think when we open it, we will have more idea. For the chestnut, I think this in gray. Now let's go with this for the chestnut. Just changing the colors. So for my interlocking tiles, I'm going to pick go to my concrete and use okay, let me use this. And then for my gray paint, go back to my paint and I'm going to go with this. Where is the gray paint? Where is the color? I think we made a mistake. Okay. So I think we have to go for the chestnut. We have wall paint bumpy. All right, wall paint bumpy. Wow, this is not going to work. Okay. So this is it here. Wall paint bumpy. That's 01 gray. So gray 1 meter. Okay, that's it. So for this we are going to go with so for this we are going to go with this. All right, then for the white we are going to go with this. Most times you always need to edit your white. All right, so let's edit it. Just increase the brightness, and that's that. Okay, then for the wall siding, let's leave it like that. For the wood texture, we are going to look for a dark wood. Okay, not too dark, but most likely something dark. Let's go with this. This is more calm. Okay, so now we are just going to continue. Let's continue. We have all these oak flooring, render material, roofing sheet. So for our roofing sheet, I'm just going to pick a roof and then we are going to edit it. Okay, I like editing my roofing sheet. You are going to see the effects of the editing. Okay, so now I'm just going to go. I'll go to various. Under various, we have our roof there. So I'm just going to pick one of the tiles. Okay, so this is my roofing tiles here. I'm going to try to edit it and change the material they use for the roof. You can see I want a dark roof and not this particular material. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to edit this. Okay, I'll go into my download. I think I have a texture there that we can actually use, or we can go straight. Let me go into this other drive. All right, I think I have a texture that we can use. Okay. All right, so let me pick this texture. Then you can see it there. So I'm going to open it. So I'm going to try to load it in again so you can see what we are having now. That's what we are going to be having. So I'm going to just drag this and place it here. Okay, so I'm going to increase this to, let's say, 1500. That's the scale of the roof, 1500. All right, so this is just us doing our setting. Okay, we can still do some changes if everything is not okay. So for my wall extrusion, I'm going to make that place that particular sign there dark. Remember our wall extrusions, right? On that particular wall, that we just do some kind of line on it. So I'm going to make it dark. So in doing that, I'm just going to use we don't have a dark paint, but we can use a car paint, like a plastic, to just paint it. Like, okay, let's use something dark, like a spray. All right, for dark, and let's use something not emissive. Okay, so like a spray on it. So let's use this, a leather spray. Okay, so that's that. So we're just going to try to see what we've done so far. Okay, first of all, by doing our render interactive. All right, so I'm going to go to my view one. This is my view one here. Okay, this is my view one here. I'm going to do render interactive first to see what I've done so far. All right, so I'm not going to do any setting on the Vray first. We're just going to run through. Then for the quality, I'm going to leave it as low because we are doing our render interactive first. I'm going to change these settings so I can have more quality. And lights, put them on. We have one light we've not placed in this building. Okay, so I think we actually let that slide. So now I'm going to go back to the 3D, go back to Chaos Cosmos. There's one major light that we've not placed. That's a wall light. Okay, so let's quickly place the wall light. We have lightning. So I'm going to load in this light. Okay, so for this light, I'm going to be having one here. Okay, another one here. I would love to. I'm going to be having one here, then another one here. All right, so another one here, another one here. Okay, so that's all for that light. And also I'm going to be having a floor light. Okay, that's a light on the floor, a light on the floor, a light on the floor. All right, so let's go to our normal ground level. That's our outdoor lights. I'm going to place just two here. Okay, so it's called your outdoor light. Let me expand this. All right, so I'm going to be using this lamp outdoor. Okay, so we are going to be using our lamp outdoor. I'm going to place one here and place one. Okay, so that's that. So we are going to do render interactive to see. Let me go to my realistic view. Let me see if anything is wrong here. Okay, so we are good to go. So now let's try our render interactive first to see what we are having and to see adjustment that we can actually do before we finally do our final rendering. All right. Okay. So now what we are having over here. So what we are having over here is actually very, very nice, very, very nice. but there's something that I'm seeing that will go wrong. Let's increase this fence. Okay, let's increase this fence. And also we are going to try to adjust. Okay, it's nice, it's nice, it's nice. We are going to we are going to adjust everything when we are done. All right, this is going to bring out something nice. It's going to bring out something nice. Okay, it's going to bring out something nice. Let's increase the wall, and have a little sun effect. Let's see if we can add that. All right, let's see if we can add that. So I'm just going to quickly do the settings. So I'm going to increase these two walls, this boundary wall. All right, so let's say 2500. Okay, so I'm just going to paint them white. All right, so now the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to try to adjust my dome. Okay, so I'll try to adjust the rotation of my dome. This 359. Okay, 0 degree. Okay, let me adjust it a bit to the middle. Okay, so that will help us increase the sun effect. Just adjust a bit so the sun can rotate to the front, but it's actually side. Okay, let's just give that a try now. So I'm just going to do my render interactive again. So I think from what I'm seeing here, this is better. So we are just going to work on the lightning when we are done. All right, remember, this is not our rendering. Okay, we are going to render this and then do post-production with AI, which will perfect everything. Okay, so let's do this quickly. All right, so we are going to render this, then do what? Post-production with AI. Okay, so now let's do further settings. So for this, I'm going to click I plus. I think we are done with all these parts, so I'm going to pick for this particular setting area, rendering setting, global illumination. I'm going to use a radiance map, light catch. Leave this one like this. Render interactive setting. Okay, leave them like this. Then go to channel. My channel, I'm going to select all of this. Just mark everything. Then select your denoiser. Use Vray denoiser. Put it as strong. Okay, and then click your lighting mix analysis because we are going to need it. That's the major one of the major way of adjusting our lighting at the end of the rendering. All right, so now I'm just going to select all of them. All right, so these settings is actually cool. So just click Ctrl S to save what you've done. All right, so I'm going to save that. So next thing I'm going to do, I'm going to start rendering right away. All right, so let's start rendering this. So I'm going to click. This time we are going with render production. So now you can see that this is what we are having over here after the rendering. I actually stopped the rendering, but you can let it go all the way around to the end to have more quality. So let me teach you guys something on how to increase the brightness. So I'm going to come here to my light mix. Let me expand this. So under my light mix, I'm going to try as much as possible to increase the brightness of what I'm having. Okay. So now the first one will be my dome. Let me see what tree will look like. Let me increase my rest. Let me see what 5 will look like. So let's increase the brightness of the Cosmos lamp. So I'm just going to change this to we don't have that here, but let's make it 100. Lamp outdoor 100. These two here. And we have Cosmos wall lamp. Let's make it 100. Alright. Then we have Cosmos pendant. Let's make it 100. Everything 100. Okay. So 100. Alright, there's one that is left. All right, so greetings everyone and welcome to today's class. In today's class, we are going to be talking about how to do your sketch to render and also your post-production of your rendered 3D view using artificial intelligence. Okay, so this is quite a very good topic. It's going to enhance your productivity because you don't need a very strong engine to render a quick rendering. All right. So I just want you guys to pay very good attention, even as we actually dissolve this and make sure everyone understands it. Okay. So now we are going to be dealing with two different AI softwares. All right. The last one is the best one. Okay. The last one is the best one. Two different AI software. All right. Two different AI software. So first we are going to be using three. All right. One for prompt and the others for our rendering of sketch and post-production of our rendering. Okay. So now let's really delve into it. First of all, I will go to the number one. We are having ChatGPT to generate the prompts that we are going to be using. So I'll come to my chatty. Okay. So now here we are. I'm going to ask ChatGPT to give me the prompt that I need. All right, that's the first thing I'm going to do. What is the goal? The goal is to render my sketch using AI. So I'll tell Chatty I want to render my let me use building elevation. Building elevation using AI. Okay. I want to render my building elevation using AI. All right. So the next thing will be, give me a professional prompt that will give me a realistic rendering. Realistic, let's use 4K rendering. Realistic 4K rendering, just like that of, let's give them example, Lumen. Okay, so let me use Lumen 12.5. All right, so this is going to be what I will tell AI, so that AI, the ChatGPT, can give us a prompt that is going to help us generate this. So we are dealing with the sketch first, right? My building elevation using, I want to render my building elevation sketch. Okay, that's very important. We're dealing with the sketch first. Okay, so we'll just click and then we'll wait for our prompt. All right. So you can see these are our prompts here, right? Ultra realistic architectural visualization of a modern building based on style inspired by the 2.5. Photorealistic rendering, 4K resolution, materials, high quality concrete texture, glass reflection, aluminum frame, environment. So you can see that everything is actually here. So we are just going to insert this and let's see what our result will look like. Okay, that's the goal. But there's something I'm seeing here that I don't want to see. It is quite long. All right, so we are going to go through it and do our editing. But there's something I would love to edit here. All right, which is this particular one. But let's copy it. Okay, let's copy it. Copy. Okay, now the first rendering software AI that we are going to be exploring will be our Gemini 3. Okay, owned by Google. They are both owned by Google. Okay, Gemini 3. So I'm going to open. All right, just go to your Google, Gemini 3, enter. Okay, Google AI Studio. Right, so they are all free. All right, you can see Gemini everywhere. All right, they are all free. You don't have to do so much. Okay, they're actually all free, but there's something. Let's try this first. If it doesn't work, we look for that Gemini that's hosted by on that website. This is a model. Gemini is a model. Okay, so we look for another place where we can have it posted. So now I'm just going to open. Go to where you're having the file that you want to work on. So I have my screenshots. Let me work on this. All right, open and start creating knowledge. By using to confirm that you have necessary rights. Okay, so now remember we copied that stuff, so you place it here, and then wide angle lens 24. Okay, sharp detail. So for this one, I'm just going to take everything here off. Okay, so I don't have that, and then let's see what Gemini is going to give us. So now we are going to wait for our results. But if this doesn't work, we can try another website that is actually hosting in Gemini. Okay, look like you have everything fantastic. Okay, I think this is not going to work here. All right. Okay, so what I will do is I'm going to go back. All right, I'm going to go back. Let me use this. Okay, so this one is supposed to give us what we want. Perfect. So I think from our prompt we have to still do a little editing. Let me see. Create. Let me put create so it will look like an instruction. All right, create. Okay, and ultra realistic rendering or building based on the provided elevation sketch above. above. All right. So you know that this particular this AI is actually garbage in, garbage out. What you give them is what they will give you. So you have to ensure that your prompts are okay. Okay. You have to ensure that your prompts are okay. So let's go through it. Create an ultra-realistic architectural visualization of a modern building based on provided elevation sketch above. Transformed into a fully detailed 3D render. Okay. Styled, inspired by Lumiere. Okay. We have materials, stone cladding. Okay. Environment, landscape surrounding with. Okay. We have lightning. Okay. We have camera. We have detail. All right, so let's do this and let's see what we are going to get from Gemini. No, welcome to Gemini. Okay, so it's creating our image. So we are going to wait for it to create the image and then we'll see the result. All right. All right, so as you can see over here, this is the result that we got after it processed from this sketch to this render over here. But okay, we can leave the environment behind, but there's something I would love us to try. Okay, something I would love us to try. All right, so now um, apply. Let's just try this and see, because Gemini has a limitation, but let's give it a try because we're working on just one of the model now, right? That's Gemini. Okay, so apply different paint colors on the walls to make the rendering look more realistic. Okay, so this is what I will do, and I will click go. All right, kindly know that most times it's actually free. I think they give everyday credit, so you can maximize it. But let's see if what we get will be better this time from Gemini. All right, so now this is what we got when we apply the second prompt. So we can go with this. All right, so this that's that for your Gemini. All right, so I'll be using this same prompt. So let's just copy it. Okay, so the next one we're going to look at, we'll look at the nano banana. Remember, we are dealing with two different models. We are checking, we are exploring. Okay, so you know the one to go with for sketch. All right, you also know the one to go with when you're dealing with your photo post-production. Right, the first page we are working on now is to render our sketch, right, using both Gemini 3 and also your nano banana. Okay, the second phase will be to do our post-production using Gemini 3 and also your nano banana. Let's see which of them is going to give us the best results. So you're going to be the judge. Okay, you can judge that on the comment section. You're going to be the judge. Okay, all right, so you can choose the one that best work for you. All right, so now we are going to quickly head on to nano banana. So they are all free. Okay, nano banana AI, I usually go with Orient. Okay, because it make everything easy for me. Easy here, Orient AI. But you can pick this nano banana over here, but I would love to go with this. If this doesn't work, then we'll look for another website that hosts the nano banana model. All right, so here we are. I'm just going to click this and bring in my sketch again, and let's see. Nano banana is usually faster than normal. Okay, so it's quite faster than your Gemini. That's my own experience, but I don't know if there are changes now. All right, so we're just going to click OK, but this time create an ultra realistic. All right, so let's go. So for those who don't know how to go about nano banana, you can come over here and you will check in. Okay, just check in. Every day they give you 60 credits to work with, and per rendering you can spend around 40 credits. So you have to make sure that if you have to be using it for free, you can just be using a style of checking in every day and you are making a lot of credits. Okay, so that's by the way. All right, so now I'm going to, okay, let's click go. All right, so we are going to wait for it. All right, so Nano Banana give us a quite more quality, but you see these rocks behind, we have to remove it. So let's try to apply some prompts to remove it, and also let's apply varieties of colors on the wall, the same way we did for the Gemini model. So now I'm going to click apply different colors on the walls, the walls to make the building more realistic and appealing to the eyes. Okay, so I'm more appealing, more realistic and appealing. Okay, so now and let's just insert this and let's see. Okay, and remove the background, remove the rocks on the background. Okay, and place the building in a city like, okay, let's make it city, and let the building be surrounded by other buildings to make it come alive and more realistic. So let's see if this will work. Okay, more realistic. So let's give this a try. All right, there's no harm in trying. So let's see if it give us what we want. All right, so now you can see that this is what we are getting, and anything you insert, right, you are going to get the result. Okay, depending on the credit you have. Right, anything you insert, you are going to get the result. Well, let's try something more. Right, I'm actually doing too much now. Okay, but it helps us convert from sketch to render, but most times, okay, let's do this. Let's do this. Um, let's change the color. Apply a dark gray, but that dark gray will not be fine. Or should leave it like this. But I'm just trying to say that you can give it different prompt to get what you want. All right, you can give it different prompt to get what you want. Okay, so that's that. So now you can compare the quality, but this one has more quality than what you are having in Gemini. That's from my own experience. Okay, this has more quality, this has more quality. All right, this has more quality. Let's try something. Apply tiles, apply brick material. Okay, material on the columns. So let's see what is going to do. Apply dark brick material on the columns. So let's see what will happen. Okay. All right. So now this is what we are having. Okay, so all I'm saying is through prompt you can actually edit a lot of stuff. But one thing about sketch to render is that you are quite limited in a way, but not too limited. Okay, you can apply prompt to change anything you want to change. The brown color, just apply prompt and you're going to change it. Okay, all right. I think that should be all for our sketch to render. Okay, that should be all for our sketch to render. Lastly, let's do one last thing. Change the brown, apply white paint. So don't spend all our credit on this. Apply white paint. Apply white paint where we have the brown paint. Okay, so through editing like this you can get something good, and also make the parapet. Also, let's try this. I pray it doesn't bring deformity. And also make the concrete fascia white. I also make the concrete fascia. Okay, let's and also paint the concrete fascia with white paint. Okay, so let's do this and let's see the results. All right, so you can see this is what we are having. You can compare them. These are transitions. You can apply more prompts. All right, but there's something I'm seeing here. Let's give it a try also. Okay, put on the artificial light and let it not be too bright. Okay, put on the artificial light. Okay, so you put this and let's see the result. But I pray it doesn't let it not alter the color we are having now, because this is cool. So I'm just going to click and let's see. So you can see our transition, right? From this to this to this. Okay, let's see the last one. All right, so you can see, perfect. Okay, so these are you go ahead to correct, work on, up until you get the result you want. All right, up until what you get the result you want. So I'm going to apply a prompt again. Please don't mind me. All right, this is actually cool, but I pray this prompt doesn't change everything. But just watch. Okay, make the roof a total dark color and let total dark color and use a roof. Let's just change that color. Let's insert that. Make the roof a total dark color and let's insert that. Okay, I had a lot of credit saved before. That's why I need to do this. All right, so you have to, if you are practicing with it, you can just, if you are going with the free, you can actually make sure your credits are actually kept. Okay, so let's see the results. What is the result? All right, so I think this is a dark color already. All right, so I think we are good to go, right? So now that is that for Nano Banana. So now you might be asking some questions, but sir, you did not do the same prompting for Gemini. Yeah, I did not. Okay, I just want to show you guys this. Okay, so by and by, both are actually okay, but You can apply the same prompt sequence of prompts for Gemini to get you to this point. All right, but based on quality, I will always choose Nano Banana. That's my choice, and no apology. Okay, so now the next one we are going to be talking about will be doing our post-production. All right, we'll be doing what? Our post-production. So I'm just going to exit this so I don't have any interruption. Right, if we have added more prompts, we would have gotten something better. So you can do the same over here. Okay, let the video not be too long. So I'm going to exit both of them for now. All right, and then in my chatty, hello chatty, right? I have a rendered. I have a rendered I have a rendered 3D view of my architectural design, and I want to make it more realistic and appealing to the eyes. Give me a prompt that will help me achieve the above, and also help do the post production. This is garbage in, garbage out, so that's why I'm just being careful. All right. Okay, so this is why I enhance this. All right, so we're going to copy this, but let me see. Okay, so let's copy this. One thing you guys also need to know is that even Chatty can actually do post-production. All right, so that's, by the way, though, Chatty can also do something. Okay, Chatty can do something, but let's not use Chatty. This is just by the way, so that you guys, we can cover all that stuff. Okay, so we go back to Nano. Let's start from Gemini again, Gemini 3, and locate double Gemini. All right, so we are back here for post-production. So now I'm going to bring in the image I want to do post-production on. All right, so I'm going to pick this one, first one. Okay, so I'm just going to paste. Remember we copied it before, right? So I'm going to take off this. Okay, and enhance this. Okay, perfect. So now we're just going to click go, and let's see what Gemini is going to produce for us, because everything is already intact here. All right, the color, everything. Okay, so let's see the results. All right, so here we are. You can see it over here. These are our final results, right? I think this prompt is actually cool because this result is actually so nice, right? All right, hope I'm not the one just judging it. Okay, it's nice. This prompt is actually cool. Okay, so you can generate this prompt the way I did just now, right, and get the same result. So that's that. It's as easy as that. You cannot compare this to this, right? You can't, right? I believe we should confirm that already. You cannot compare what we are having over here in the first image. This was rendered using Vray. Okay, you can't compare this to this. Okay, all right. So we are just using a style, a Lumion 12.5 style, all right, as a reference point, so that the AI can stress itself very well to get that result. Okay, so now let's head on to Nano Banana, and for those saying I have a partial side to Nano, I accept. Okay, but I think Nano will do better. All right, from experience, but let me not hype Nano too much. So I'm going to paste the same thing over here. So I'm going to paste the same thing over here and the same prompt. Okay, deleting where is this last one, because it's going to give us a landscape format. I don't want it. Just keep what I have. Okay, so go. Oh, we are having 290 credits left. All right, so this is what Nano Banana is giving us. Okay, so this is what it's giving us. This is actually cool, but quickly we have one more to go. All right, so let's just insert the other one, this one over here quickly, and let's apply the same prompt to it, and let's see the result. All right, we're also going to do the same for Gemini. Okay, all right, so let's go do that on Gemini first. Okay, just following our sequence. So Gemini, so we just have 2 of these. I would love to get the result. Okay, so this one is loading. Go back to this one. Control V, delete this. All right, so just keep the 2 of them going. Okay, so I think from this, at this point, I'm going to say Gemini 1. All right, so for the photo realistic rendering, Gemini 1. Okay, that's sorry for the this is not me comparing both of them, right? I just show you both ways to achieve both things, so you can go with any of them that you want. Okay, but from this, I can say that that's for my post production. I prefer Gemini. Okay, you can see both of them; they are okay. But for this, my post production is not okay. But for sketch rendering, Nano Banana is okay. All right, that's from my own judgment. Okay, if you apply more prompts, you see that we are going to get almost the same result. So the difference between both views is just our prompt. So you apply prompt to get what you want. All right, that's the end of it. Okay, so I think that's all. So people might be asking, how do you save it? It's very easy. Okay, just click save image as. All right, save it into your PC anywhere you want to save it. Okay, and also at this point, you can just click here because this is the latest one. Go to your Gemini, click download image. All right, the same thing over here. Click download image. I think I will go with Gemini. Right, this is actually cool. All right, so that's all. That's all. That's all. That's all. So if this has helped you thus far, please don't forget to subscribe, like, share, comment, because AI is taking over indeed, right? So this is going to help us on the long run. All right, even as we understand better. Okay.